get this feeling in my chest. Don't want to say that I'm obsessed. Your body's left my mind on red. Forgive me, but I must confess. This feeling in my chest. Don't want to say that your body's left this silhouette. Living in my mind, did you know? On your feet right next to me, come on.
We can set the world on fire, fire. some of that no-no. Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever bounce? Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm? I've been seeing double vision. I've been having trouble sleeping, 'cause these dark nights don't keep you as they always used to do. When I'm falling for good night, will you catch me before the fall? Without you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so dependent. I've been choking on emotions. I've been tangled by my thoughts, 'cause the longer I stay awake, the further I am from you. When I'm falling for good night, will you catch me before the fall? Without you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so dependent.
All right, guys, welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to another day at VCC, and brought to you by Project Horizon. My name is Colden, and joined with me for the broadcast here today, very excited to introduce the man, the myth, the legend himself. It's Elevated here joining us, former global esports coach. Yeah, very excited to have him on the broadcast here, as he'll be critiquing some of the Chinese teams. Let's see how critical he can get, I guess. Maybe you can see some Viper walls as well, but excited to have you on the broadcast here, Elevated.
We're already doing deep cuts of my random Twitter takes, I see. Yeah, it's good to be here. I've been really enjoying watching China this year. I've been trying to keep up with all of the regions, and I think China's definitely doing some of the most interesting stuff, especially they're not afraid to pick Summit, which is great. I love the new content, and it's cool to see them just like throwing random stuff at the wall and seeing what sticks. So yeah, I'm excited. Maybe we'll get some Summit today. That'd be cool.
Honestly, I wouldn't put it past the teams that we're going to be watching here today, because it's going to be an interesting one, right? It's not exactly the heaviest hitters here at VCT China. It's going to be JDG versus Trace Esports to kick things off. Obviously, for those who've been keeping an eye on VCT China at all, right? Stage 2 here. These two teams have yet to get a win in the group stage. So today, that someone zero has got to go. We'll find out who of those two teams will be getting their W. On the other side of things, I think the second matchup will be EDG versus Nova Esports. So that one's also going to be very interesting. Will be taken in by a different set of casters later on in the day. But yeah, it's fun to see. You know, JDG versus Trace Esports is going to be like a bit of a clown fiesta. Are we going to see some innovation? Because you know, yes, they probably won't be able to qualify for the playoffs, but they, as you mentioned, like in the pre-show, right, in the green room a little bit, we were talking about how these teams still have a chance in the play-ins to actually, you know, make a decent run.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams have kind of fallen from some much higher highs. Like JDG, obviously they had Stu, and then the addition of Jay made me very excited for them this year. But then, and honestly, they looked pretty good in kickoff in stage 1, but then kind of fell a little bit short of both the internationals and kind of blew things up. It seems like obviously Stu is now on the bench for injury reasons, or because they want to go, I don't know, full Chinese language potentially. And then Trace is always an interesting team to me, because I scrimmed them a lot last year, and I thought that they were a very solid team. And early on in China, they were, you know, kind of consistently like that third, fourth team going to the internationals. And it really feels like, despite keeping mostly kind of a same core, they've really just been unable to capture that success. So yeah, definitely two teams on the downward trajectory right now, but like you said, there's always a chance that somebody can go on a run. We've seen it before with teams that have no wins, and maybe this is the start of something beautiful, you know.
Yeah, this is potentially someone's redemption story. I like how you mentioned about Trace as well. I mean, I remember, you know, it feels like a whole era away, right, where Trace actually made it to, like, I think it was Masters Bangkok. They actually showed a little bit of promise, some good ideas, some good strats. But yeah, as you mentioned, I feel like these two teams have really kind of lost their identity in some way. You know, some decent players on the rosters like Berlin, you know, a player that has been around the internationals quite a bit. But again, they're just struggling to find their form, struggling to find any kind of traction so far here in stage 2. So I'm very hoping and excited to see, you know, some interesting approaches, because yes, you are technically out of the playoffs run already, but you have a chance in the play-ins. You have a chance to redevelop yourself, find your identity. So maybe here today we might see some changes in terms of the composition. That's something that I'm potentially looking forward to. But again, you never know, right? This is VC China's these two teams again gotta be fighting for the first victory of this stage.
Yeah, I mean, I guess for me, I have like nostalgia factor with this Trace team a little bit, because like Feng and Kai have always been like the dynamic duo, but then they keep, like, I don't know, benching or dropping Feng, but then bringing him back. It's kind of like one of those, it's like the Cloud9 of China, where it's like just adding and removing the same players over and over and over. But I don't know, every time that I've played against Feng, he's always been incredible. So I'm glad that he's back on the roster regardless of what the results are like.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of different players on the teams, I think one of the more standout ones was got to be Delby. I feel like he's been around VC China for God knows how long at this point. You know, yes, he is from Indonesia, but at this point you could almost call him like one of these homestays, right? Like Vukashu, those kinds of players with basically found themselves at home here in China. He's been a Trace Esports for quite a bit of time. Was on LOL Gamers for a bit as well. I think he pulled off an incredible ace the other day as you know, against, if not mistaken, might be Nova. But yeah, I mean, that was an incredible performance from him individually. So everyone on this roster, I feel like, can step up individually. The problem is, you know, finding the momentum, finding what sticks for them.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the Chinese teams this year, I've noticed, are They kind of feel like they're in like a weird 4 out of 5 situation. Like they have like a 4 solid core of players, and then that 5th player seems to be kind of like being rotated in and out and trying new players, calling people up from the academies, making some trades. And almost like all of the teams in this region seem to have been kind of experimenting with like that last spot on their roster, which is probably one of the reasons why a lot of the results have been super volatile. But yeah, I definitely think that both JDG and Trace are kind of in that spot right now. But like you said, I mean, Delby has the mechanics, he's got the experience, but the consistency is just kind of not really there. And in this game, if you want to place highly, you have to be consistently showing up on the day that you're actually competing. And so, yeah, we'll see. I mean, I would love for both of these teams to just be firing on all cylinders, because it would be an absolute banger. One of my favorite things about Chinese Valorant is that everybody is mechanically skilled, and everybody really kind of like focuses on being mechanically skilled. You know, strats kind of be damned sometimes, and you can just run around and shoot with some flashy stuff. It makes for some entertaining games for sure.
Yeah, I think we're going to get some entertaining ones here today as well. A bit of insight, actually, thanks to BDOS, our translator. So apparently in the Trace Esports team principal interview, the main problems right now they identified was the team atmosphere, team members being quite introverted. Lorking apparently has been quite tired, has been getting tired quickly while IGLing. Lorking Feng Feng also might have had to readjust after being away for the stage for so long. Destroyer has always been that ragey style coach, but then now they're paying more attention to mental and stuff. So it sounds like to me that there's quite a bit of discussions to be had within this Trace Esports roster, where it might be mental, it might be team atmosphere, it might even just be their experience level. So a lot of factors, it seems like, to be taken into consideration.
Yeah, do you know how long Looking has been the IGL? Has it been the entire year, or is it kind of a newer thing?
That I'm not too certain. I'm not too in the know about the specifics of this. Okay. But yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I just know that anytime you are picking up IGLing for the first time, or even if it's been a little while since you've done it, getting headaches every day in practice is definitely a pretty normal thing, especially if you're trying to micro people who are maybe not as communicative as they might be, which it sounds like maybe Trace does have some comms problems if they have a bunch of introverted players. So yeah, maybe he's just having to over micro, and it's making everything a little bit more difficult and slow, which is that's like very normal team problem stuff from what I've seen.
Would you say that's more of like a rookie or team problem, or is it just an issue that can come up at any stage in the team?
Yeah, I mean, it could be due to inexperience, or it could just be due to like roster construction. Generally, it's fine to have a couple of quiet players, but if you have, more than 2, even 2 is kind of pushing it, then so much of the weight falls on like the IGL and maybe the second caller, and it ends up just being maybe a little bit too much work, which, again, kind of like takes you out of focusing on your crosshair, and then your performance dips, and now all of a sudden, you've got kind of like a weak link on the team, even though they're doing a lot of work in terms of like the actual strategizing and stuff like that. So yeah, there's really like a super important balancing act in terms of all of the communication and who's contributing what at what times.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a full team effort at the end of the day, right? This is a Valorant. I mean, Valorant has kind of showed themselves that you can't just solo carry most of your games. Even Happyway, his showing on XLG, even in Masters London. I mean, he did incredible work, but it felt like it was just too little in terms of the individual stepping up. So again, yeah, everyone needs to chime in, and I think we're gonna see which team actually possesses that kind of team chemistry better here in this head-to-head. Obviously, these two teams yet to get that win, as we mentioned, in stage 2. So both of them eager to get off that 0, and JDG for the walk-ins to kick things off. We've got Joy at the back there, the mascot, a bit polarizing amongst the community on whether they like him or not. But yeah, this JDG roster, I think, has a lot to prove.
I keep forgetting that Bale is the coach of this team now, because he was at BLG for so long.
Right.
And yeah, I mean, it's got to be a little bit of a shock for him, because consistently being kind of like in the top 2, top 3 of the region, all of a sudden he's now at the bottom trying to just like scrape his way into playoffs. quite a fall. The walkouts are so sick in China.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, I feel like I'm too used to this already. Like seeing the walkouts, it's like you get reminded about how insane this is, you know, compared to different other international leagues. Like China is just on a completely different level. I mean, they have the crowd just up to the nosebleeds. It's crazy for this type of a game as well. It's not like it's an EDG, you know, grand final situation. This is Trace as well as JDG fighting for that, fighting not to be in the last slot of the groups.
Yeah, I mean, another interesting thing to think about is like this could be one of the last times you get to watch these teams play, right? Because we are getting towards the end of the first cycle of partnership, and so we don't necessarily know which teams will be there next year. Like, will Trace be a team in the league, or will this be the final time that you see the blue, yellow, and white jersey? So you got to kind of cherish your memories if you have a favorite team that could potentially be gone.
Yeah, that's true. You know, we don't necessarily know what Brian has in store.
You know, but
It's a bit of a sobering realization, I guess you could say. But it is really true as well. I mean, these two teams, yes, you know, it might be close to the end of the run here this year, which is kind of crazy to think about, right? This is only just July. If the play-ins don't go in your favor, you could be, you know, out really quickly, and then champs happens, and then it's basically the off season for you. So yeah, it is do or die at this point for these two teams that really start picking up the momentum to have a chance in the play-ins. It starts here.
Yeah, and the year just really does fly by, especially with these sort of accelerated schedules of the super weeks and stuff like that. I mean, your season begins and ends so quickly, and you just don't even really have time to think or adjust. You just kind of like show up to practice, you know, scrim. Okay, we play a game, maybe a day break. Okay, scrim a couple times, play another game. Hopefully we fixed a problem. You know, we've got a map that we need to adjust a couple of things on, figure out our comp. It's really kind of just like it's definitely more of a sprint than a marathon, especially once you get to like stage 2.
Yeah, it's got to be a bit by bit approach, right? You can't just try to just eke out a win here. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Speaking of the grand scheme of things, right, our maps that we're going to be having here today will be Lotus, Ascent, and Split. Lotus going to be selected by JDG. Trace going to pick up the Ascent, and then Split as that decider. So pretty set standard maps. We're not going to be able to see Summit today, unfortunately, Mr. Elevate. I know you were looking forward to potentially casting that. But yeah, what do you think about the maps we have so far?
The Ascent is definitely an interesting one. It has tended to be one of the less popular maps, I feel like, over the last couple of years, even though it is, you know, a very comfortable map. I think a lot of teams just kind of avoid it because it tends to skew very defensive sided, and everybody kind of understands how to play the map. So I think a lot of the coaches don't feel like they can get quite the same edge there as they can on some of the other maps. So that's definitely going to be an interesting one. Trace has always been kind of one of those more fundamentals focused teams. And so I think that, you know, if they can capture that, it's a good opportunity for them to maybe exploit something that JDG is not as good at.
Right, got it. JDG though, they're gonna be the ones that's picking up that Lotus to kick things off. Again, if you're either one of these teams and you look at their past history, especially here at this stage, it's like you don't really have any great maps to take home with you. I guess Lotus could be something with 2 victories for JDG back-to-back up against Nova Esports. Not sure how much you want to put into stake for that one. Here in week 2, it was one of their few picks, a few maps that they actually got a victory on. And so, yeah, maybe this is an interesting approach that they have. It's a single duelist with a raise and a chamber. So,
yeah,
looking
double
to see if they
Senti.
run that back. Yeah, double Senti.
Vice chamber, pretty nice combo right now. I know all the rage is about double duelist, and you know, sentinels are bad, initiators are bad, etc. But the chamber specifically is finding some really good value, and especially when you pair it with like a really hard stall agent like a Vice or a Sage, it can get quite a bit of value. And Jay being on it makes me excited because, I mean, he's probably, if I had to pick 1 out of the 10 players to be the number 1 player in the server, I think he would be the guy.
All right, okay. kind of set up by Elevate there. There's a bit of a win condition here. Pistol win rates favoring JDG side as we kick things off. Again, as you mentioned, going to take their first contact, but pushed off by quite a bit of aggression from TE already.
Yeah, but it's a little bit of a bait. There's a whole stack here, so usually when you see the chamber, he's the guy on the opposite side, but there's 4 people waiting to spring the trap.
Oh, Berlin, great corner to play around. There we go, a bit of a back and forth attempt there, but Kai and FK gonna be answering back with a double of their own. 3 versus 3 now as we get into the nitty gritty of this round. Oh, just right around the corner, trades there eventually from FK, but Crownfish has done great to find a double kill. Into the 1 versus 1 now. Why are you creeping up towards the heavens? FK checking about both of his corners, unsure where he could be wrapped around. It's just ring around the rosy at this point. Still stuck in towards the back corner of the side. FK has a landed shot. Oh dear lord. Oh, it's a massive whip coming in from him. And the round stolen away by JDG.
Yeah, I was curious to see how that was going to play out because you've got one of the more experienced players, I think, in Yuka versus FK, who just joined the team recently. And we saw a little bit of that inexperience maybe in terms of how we took that fight, but also the difference between the Ghost and the Classic. Little dink, no kill. Just enough time for Yuka to finish that one off.
Oh, it wasn't pretty on either side, was it?
No, we'll just move on to the next round and, you know.
Yeah, sure. I don't mind that at all. Listen, if any game is going to be chaotic, if any game is going to be messy, it's going to be this one between JDG and TE, so... Let's see if the chaos continues to ensue this time. Everyone from the side of TE walking towards this judge, as you mentioned. Oh, lovely stuff. It's easy. It's a double kill. A funnel into J Kuro, who's going to mop things up with the Spectre last player just locking left alone. Should be an easy one for side JDG. Eventually, it will come into fruition. So that's 2-0 to kick things off already.
Yeah, kind of an interesting buy, too, from JDG. I think every single person on their team bought, you know, no, just like pistol guy. So every single gun did matter there. I think they got out with 4 out of the 5 that they brought into the round. And of course, now that that judge is going to be in Trace's mind. Okay, where is this going to be hiding? Have to check our corners. Got to use extra utility, which is definitely going to potentially cause some problems on this first gun round here.
Alright, just gonna be opting to have this bandit as well as his hit hunter bullets. Alright, don't mind it. At the moment, it's not towards his side anyway. IU's gonna spot out a bit of a presence here outside of towards the A side. Rotations coming in from JDG as well.
Okay, wall gets baited, thorns popped, quite a bit of utility found out. Will they commit? Oh, he swings out.
Cheeky from him. Paint shell to make things a little bit more difficult. But locking is crept in towards the B side already. But they've already lost 2 players in the mix. So this buy of theirs, the anti-bonus, already getting a little bit cautious, a little bit interesting. Spike to go down though. The wraparound eventually coming through by J Kuro to open the door perhaps.
Yep, there it is. Pressure on the flank.
Inside's the smoke. Fengfa gotta play within it. That's exactly what you need to see. A little bit of space being controlled. J Kuro now dancing in towards the side itself into the waiting arms of Fengfa. It's a triple kill from him. He's doing the lion's share of the work. Paint shells come through, and Trace Esports looks like they've managed to stave off this catastrophe. In the 3v5, they win out every single fight, and they get that crucial first round on the board.
Wow, yeah, I mean, this that swing out from... Okay, it was just 2 spams. I was like...
What?
Okay. Well, maybe they didn't deserve to win that round after all, but I mean, it's great to see Feng back on the Raze. He's always had like this weird agent pool where, you know, he's like the Cypher player, but he's also the Raze player, but he's also random flex player, and so I love seeing him on the Raze. I think he's one of the better Razes in China when he actually gets to play it.
Oh dear. China, VCT China, you know, what do you expect? Got a lot of different agent roles on single players. Now with that AWP in hand, he's going to be searching out towards the B side of the map, the Prowler. But attention is drawn towards C. That's where Kai's just going to dash straight through. Del B's going to catch a kill. Aggression from Berlin outside of B. Already a mana advantage as TE gain control over the C side. JDG have to go for a retake setup.
Yeah, I do love this Waylay raise into the Vice comp. It makes it so easy to get past the Thorns, bypass the wall potentially. You kind of play the attack in like a two-phase where you send your dives in, and then once the wall falls, everybody else can scale. And so Trace is going to have to figure out how to respond to that initial pop. Otherwise, I think they could get run over, especially on the C side of the map.
Not so much stall utility from the side of Trace. JDG haven't even gotten themselves in towards the site yet. Eventually they will come, but already well handled with. FK with a double, Kai chimes in. Sure, just gonna have to save this up. As fast as it starts, it also ends. This retake really didn't have anything to it.
Yeah, one of the nice things that I like there from Delvey is that he actually came with the pack and brought a couple of his Thorns. A lot of the times you see Vices playing like super far away from their team, and they end up just kind of having a wall for trip, and their Thorns are kind of useless. But I mean, this is an agent that's incredibly good in the post plant if you have utility up.
Oh, for sure. I mean, just stopping the flood is so poignant for a Vice. And you can see his impact, not just, you know, in terms of his aim, but his utility as well. Double, or 2 rounds back-to-back here from Trace Esports puts them in a great position. Just the only one with an AWP or any significant weapon into this round. So try to set him up to find a couple of picks. Unfortunately, Trace, that's a good call. Playing a little bit patient now to find information across this map.
Yeah, I wonder if we're going to see this Waylay just kind of like human drone out, instantly refract to see if they can figure out where this operator is, or if they're just going to bring everybody over here, re-clear as normal, which looks to be the case. I mean, the main thing is they know the op is somewhere on the map. They just need to figure out where it is, because it's really the only win condition that JDG has at the moment.
Second Prowler will do the job. No one's there to break the Prowler for him. Has to just TP back, so that's good spacing from TE there to get themselves that control. Just now rotated back towards the stairs. Oh, just before the smoke plumes. What is that catch coming in? Berlin now. It's got access towards this B side. They're all kind of funneled in. They're all stuck inside the broken door. And Berlin's going to be put under a lot of pressure. The flank player, not even the flank player, the main player slowly coming through by Del B, but they're all corralled in towards the A side. They're just going to take the fight though. It's a bit of a mistake from JDG. Just giving away those 2 double kills. Site now compromised. The up on this B side retake is far from ideal. This one should be an easy one for TE unless J. Crew has something to say about this one. Down to the 1 versus 2 now. It's just very paranoid about his flank, but the last 2 players actually within the site itself. Crossfire being set up. Looking for the catch, for the swing and the catch. Chico peeking it out, baiting out the swing. But Feng will not miss. And oh dear, JDG investing quite a bit of ultimates into that round. It's not going to net them anything.
Yeah, that fake, it was like, I think it was a fake, or whether they changed their mind as they were trying to exit towards the A side of the map through Link there. They ended up just freezing the round, and somehow it was like really poorly read by JDG. They just run directly into Looking, doubles them up, and then the rocket doesn't kill him on the backside there.
That's crazy.
Unfortunate turn of events for JDG. And yeah, all the momentum's lost. Feng has got rocket coming into the next round as well. I mean, Trace was looking a little rough in those first couple of rounds, but now JDG seems to be struggling to find answers.
Yeah, we can see why these 2 teams are a little bit winless so far here in stage 2.
Whoa, that is not nice.
That's a bit mean from me. But
you said I was going to be the one flaming. You're taking my job.
No, but I mean, you know, I don't want to put too much sugar on it. I want to just be a bit frank. Right? This is not the ideal situation for JDG or Trace. Right? We know that they can play much better. The individuals show that they have the capabilities. It's always about stringing things together here at VCT China for a lot of these teams. So I guess this timeout now being taken to really, you know, rein in the players on JDG. 3 rounds in a row now. They've got to buy in. We've got Total Force on Jer. Now's a chance to strike.
Yeah, it's also worth mentioning that this is a new comp for Trace as well. They've been kind of flirting with this comp for a while with a few different kind of iterations, changing out an agent or 2. They've never played this exact 5. So Kai switching over to the Waylay with Feng on the Rays is going to be an interesting thing to watch. And there's the rocket as he entries in. B site completely claimed.
Yeah, they don't really have, you know, the showstopper on J-Kuro because he used it in the round previous. So again, it's going to be another B side take. Trace Esports, they're looking comfortable, confident here on this side of the map. Just still worried about a potential flank on C Mount, and so he's got to rely on his teammates to do the heavy lifting. If YU can manage to find a kill, he has the Steel Garden, but again, that's a prerequisite, difficult for him to get. Door opening now, looking. Easiest kill of his life, spots on the barrel. But meanwhile, J-Crew and YU has managed to find double kills on the side itself. And there we go, the Steel Garden now invested. But they still gotta get themselves in towards the site. Oh, does a spam kill not gonna be successful?
Killing everybody.
Flash in, but LB misses. And it's catastrophic here from JD, from Trace Esports. What has happened?
He
I'm
died.
lost for words.
He died to the Raze nade banking off the back wall after getting a spam kill. Oh, what a... I thought he was going to win that 1v3.
I mean, that's a 5v4 in the post plant. They've been successful on this side already. How did this all kick off? All right, J-Crew, nice shot there. Paranoia hitting him. Force out in the open. Oh, it's a... I mean, they're just not playing together. Dying to the main shells.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Maybe a little bit of
All
land
right.
sound there. Just couldn't hear exactly where the paint shells was going to land.
Perhaps. And we'll see if a change in setup here is going to be netting them anything. It's a bit of a C-mount-centric approach here from Trace Esports. JDG likewise going to open up the revolving door towards B, clear out that bit of map control for themselves as well. And Trace Esports might just go back towards the C-mount after the smoke expires.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting protocol from JDG, where they send the chamber through the door, so now he's not here to hold. He has to teleport back, and he's just going to be staring at smoke when he gets to C-side. Or that.
Oh, he begs to differ. Just opening the door, gets a nice shot off, teleports away. And that's locking down, so you don't have smokes here for the execute.
Yeah, it looks like Delby's going to try and create some pressure towards A by tapping the door. See if we can get any rotations over, but I think you're going to have to show a little bit more than just the Vice here.
Well, I would like it if he picks up that orb. He's one away from his ult anyway. And they know he's there, so... Well, shouldn't matter too much as the execute is headed towards this C side of the map. Feng Feng is going to catch Crownfisher off guard, unable to provide any assistance. And without the smokes, they still get themselves the site and the spike planted, just still maintaining that control. They just walk straight in towards his waiting arms. J-Kuro clawing one back, but Delby so far from the issue. It's only just Kai here for the time being, and the corner does not favor him. Tag onto Delby as well. Looking for the last here, but Delby putting up a bit of a fight, but it's not planted for him, so the spike will be stuck fully. JDG right back again, now with the lead.
Yeah, it was a really nice round from Zhou with the initial pick on the smokes and then really kind of dominating the long lines there on site, knowing that there is no smoke to block. Really like how he played this round.
Yeah, great stuff coming in from JDG. And the AWP just being a bit more persistent, right? You're seeing him very aggressive on some of these angles. Timeout taken by Trace Esports now, already trading those timeouts back and forth. Don't want to let JDG have too much momentum, so just so you can see what they have in store for us to the next.
And that was that's Viva next to Destroyer, right? Viva is the new assistant coach for this team. Former player.
I remember his name.
Yeah, it's always nice to have. I had a couple of players in the booth with me last year, and it was always nice to have a player there because they see the game very differently, you know, than coaches do a lot of the time, just because they're like in the mix and very able to pick up on like small little mechanical things that you might be missing if you're looking at the more like macro strategic side of things. So I think it's kind of a potentially good move to have somebody with a little bit more like directly translatable experience in the booth alongside you.
Fair enough. Seemed pretty vocal as well, so see if they come in with a bit more life into this one. Oh, instant control over towards a rubble. Spots out the AWP here from Ja. An instant pivot now from Feng. Oh my dear lord, where has he gotten off to? The communication completely awry. No idea that Feng was all the way in towards that spawn. And again, it seems like they got headed back towards this B side. No, instead Feng just feeds himself off as the A side commitment. Spike was teleported there from the shadows, and all right, Trace Esports. Interesting approach. I don't think I've ever seen that before, but they've gotten control over the A side. Post-plant positions already established, and basically with just a Vandal and a Stinger here to hold off the rest of the players, Del B has got to do the fair share of these kills, I believe. Nightfall invested to clear out the site itself. Del B here to cut them off at the cross. They're wary of it. Oh, and they fully clear him out. Great stuff. That's the gun dropped in no man's land. No one can pick that up. Kai within the smoke. FT. Oh, wait, what? With the classics? They're gonna be able to find these kills. The due diligence not there. The time of an issue. They need to get it down right now. Showstopper invested. No one's actually sticking the spike. What's happening here?
Oh my god, this
JDG,
round.
another horrible round comes up. Trace Esports steal it right under their noses.
I think he popped the rocket when there was no time left to defuse there, so it was literally just for kills at the end. Oh my god. You said this was going to be messy, but I was not expecting it to be this messy. It was like a double fake from Trace. Feng through heaven, super quick, gets the initial kill, and then just feeds his life away because he's going way too ahead of the timing. What a weird round.
Wow, I mean, incredible pathing to kick things off, right, to get that first pick on towards the A side anchor, but then the adaptations coming through, the pivot back towards the A side, man, it's so many layers, but at the same time, it feels like it's a bit too much at the same time for some of these teams to comprehend what's going on, and in those chaotic moments is when you see a lot of those individual mistakes coming up.
Yeah, and I mean, very clearly there's some, I think with JDG in particular, there's some, you know, communication problems. I feel like this team definitely has not had enough time to actually gel as a unit. And so you're going to see a lot of these gaps where people are just kind of like slipping through into the back lines and finding timings on them because they're just really not on the same page yet.
Yeah, the question is, when do you get on the same page, right? When is that expiration date? How long do you give a roster like this time to, you know, gel together before you inevitably have to make the roster change?
Well, I mean, with the Super Week, I guess you probably give them a week, but honestly, it's kind of tough. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if either of these teams makes a move before play-ins. Like, you know, this is the end of their season if they don't go on a run, and so you got to be a little bit brutal. Jay walking down, ooh, loses the duel. Delby aware.
All right, well handled by Delby to keep matters in their control. So, you know, whenever I see these teams go up against an eco, it's always a little bit nerve-wracking, but this time it's a clean one. So great job coming in from the attack to maintain most of their players. I think only losing a single one in all of that mix. So good stuff from them. Gotta see more of that though.
Yeah, now's a really good opportunity for Trace to maybe separate themselves a little bit in this map. They're getting up very close. Actually, I mean, Feng has another rocket already. How does he have another rocket already? They've got rocket and they've got Steel Garden.
Yeah.
I mean, they should be able to brute force something here. They're going to go right into the operator, though, it looks like. So this could be a very, very quick dead rocket. What a shot.
Ooh. Nice stuff from Ja. Has to recall back, though. There's not much he could do there without assistance from his teammates. There's a crossfire set up on the B side already. So shout out to Ja. That's a great shot to find. Doesn't get... doesn't let Feng's ult get any value whatsoever. Good pivot now in towards this A side, but the delay coming through from the Vice utility will allow for the rotate from JDG as well. Break of the door, pressure towards this B side. Pause in the action. Ja looking and searching. That's the one thing you cannot let happen. JDG now trying to anchor and call themselves back. Look at them pivoting towards the C side. You've got Delby looking through. A missed shot from Ja gives them the opportunity to do so.
Yeah, a little indecisive there from Trace. Like, they obviously lost the initial pick on the raise, but then they had a bit of an opening to go A, then they opened up the B door and had an opportunity to go there, but kind of got caught in transition, got picked again. So now 3v4, burning the Steel Garden just to clear out the site. Be interesting to see if they can hold on to this one.
I like the plant though towards CT. You've gotten a bit of space. The flank has been compromised anyway by Berlin, so turning all their attention towards where the CTs most likely will be coming from. Careful on that line. It's not going to give them the opportunity. All of them basically rotating towards CT. The only player, Berlin, coming in for the flank. Paranoia hits them. Flash at the ready as well if they want to take the fight. Just a bit of delay instead. Kai gonna play a bit of an off-angle position. Spike planted for CT, but no one's actually within the CT position. Trays need to be there. Joe, the nice shot again with the AWP. It's Crownfisher within the smoke. Del B now coming in for Waterfall. Del B! That's what you want to see from the man himself. Stands up, gives them a fist pump to the air. It's a triple kill clutch at the end from the man from Indonesia.
Yeah, it was actually a nice little jump out initially, but it wasn't super coordinated with all four coming through the choke point at the same time. So Kai kind of able to do quite a bit of damage, get some information, and then Delby just gets lost in the shuffle. Finds a perfect timing. And we talked about how good his mechanics are. See a little bit of that snappy aim.
Yeah, and by hook or by crook, you get those round wins. It's 3 in a row now backed by Trace Esports. We're gonna put a little bit more damage in towards this round here. Money a bit of an issue again for JDG, as it has been quite a few times already. Triple the wall. That's good initial pressure. Again, if he doesn't have it up, he has a tour de force. Will make its presence known, forcing back Berlin as well, thanks to the paint shells. Turn their sights back towards this A site. It's just why you left alone. All peasant was spotted out towards the stairs, so they know he's weakly guarded. Nice trade coming back in. Missed shot from Ja. Won't get many options after that one. He's low on HP already. Eventually, they will converge upon him. The numbers slowly dwindling for JDG. Can't get a foothold in the site. One way comes up. Basically shuts down this round already. Crownfisher 1 versus 4 now. Just the bandit, and Trace won't let him get too much further than that. So 7th round now on the board. Trace starting to run away with things.
Yeah, I mean, Trace went with old reliable there. You know, there's an op on the other side. You just go fast, and I don't know if I've ever seen somebody whiff 5 shots with chamber op before, but not that any of them were particularly easy shots. Still, you know, you gotta hit those. Gotta hit those if you're gonna play chamber, because what other value do you bring other than the weapons and the shooting?
The scary thing is that Jer had 5 opportunities to land shots, right?
For real.
The fact that you knew he was there and still he had the chance within the plume of the smoke, instances like that. It's rare that, you know, he misses those kinds of shots, but again, it's your job to punish him, and they do. So Trace Esports now pressure towards the east side of the map. Bit of a trap setup here. Crownfisher with the double. Why are you chiming in as well? Spikes are lost in enemy territory, so this is great stuff coming in from JDG at the last round of the half. Looking to be a flawless one at that, as FK is the last man left alive in a 1 versus 5.
Yeah, 2%, 1% chance, 0.01% chance. Okay.
0% chance now, as it's a flawless on at that coming in. All right, okay. Mood is relatively up. A good wave to the camera as well. Got to count that for something. But a little bit of energy at the last round of the half. I think 7-5 is a lot better than an 8-4. So it's a small little consolation prize as we swap sides. And we'll see how the defensive doubles sentinel composition fares on the attack.
Yeah, that'll be another interesting challenge. I assume we're going to see quite a bit of, you know, chamber walking out towards rubble at A, just try and take a bunch of space, contact with an early op buy, potentially outlaw, stuff like that, if they can win the pistol round. On the other side of things, we've got the Rays and the Waylay, so their ability to fight for rubble should be very strong, or if they want to fight for mound. But without the double sentinel, they're gonna have to play a little bit more standard on Lotus. You know, take some space, reorganize, maybe deposit a player with some deep control, and then go get practice somewhere else on the map. Which could actually,
they'll be playing relatively slower? I feel like that should be the name of the game here.
Yeah, but, I mean, in theory, they should be going for a lot of contact plays. Okay. But I've seen a lot of I've seen a lot of comps played just you know, we're in a double duelist meta, and regardless of what agents are being played, they just they're played like it's a double duelist. So
Fair enough.
we'll see. But I feel like Berlin's experienced enough to know. He should know.
I always felt like Berlin was the type of guy that just loves to play in smokes. You know, it just feels like it's kind of his name to do that. Got quite a couple of kills from him, some impact rounds here and there. But again, I felt like, as you mentioned, I think to kick things off at the start of that map, Joe was actually one of the biggest win conditions for the team. Put on some decent performances with the ARP, albeit that one round where, you know, there was a couple more misses than we would like. I think now on the attacking side, he has the chance to kind of dictate the pace of this map, maintain some control over these areas that he's patrolling.
Yeah, absolutely. And looks like we're going to see a pretty expected setup here. Chamber out A, like I was saying, and then the double duelist fighting for Costream to control and Mound. Going for a quick re-clear of B main. Might have a little brawl in our hands here.
Oh, and FKey's the one to kick things off. Nice aggression coming in from the Trace Esports side. The defense getting an opening pick. Heading back towards this A side, though, there's still a sure wall available, so it's gonna buy them quite a bit of time for the rotate to come through. Trace Esports, they're all around this broken door. It's a matter of time before they come through. They drop the spike, they send in the paranoia. Lovely stuff from the defense. Joe and Crownfisher has to kind of pick up the scraps. The site has essentially been compromised, but with the man advantage, Trace Esports looking to overrun it. We'll see what utility they have in store. FKey doesn't really have anything. Loking has a smoke to work around with, but they're going to put their bodies on the line, all sending it through the stairs. And CT, Ja, setting up his rendezvous here, looking to get one shot and fade away. That's a lovely sequence of events if you're him, trying to look for that.
Yeah, I mean, this is dangerous.
Exactly. Lovely stuff. Tap of the spy. Kai now comes in from the heavens. Ja has to worry about backside. It wasn't planned for him. And Kai, what a shot! Just lands it straight to the dome. Just a sliver of a pixel, and that's more than enough for them to pick up the pistol.
Yeah, that was kind of weird. They planted backside and then kind of hesitated where they wanted to play post plant. I think in that 2v3, you got to get a little aggressive, and they both took kind of like passive angles, just waiting for the other team to walk into them. Obviously, the chamber has the ability to get a nice little pick and get out, and then Kai responds. Some great shots. It's always had good aim, so it's nice to see him firing on all cylinders here.
All right. Trade of pistols. One for either team. Trace Esports obviously with the lead already, looking to extend that lead. Deep control outside of A. Feng Feng's gonna enforce this smoke. We'll see if JDG try to pounce out of it, or do they respect the smoke? As it fades, here comes the first. Trade eventually comes through, but Feng Feng lucky to pick up a kill at least in the skirmish. And A side is surely compromised now. The opening of the door might make things difficult for Crownfisher as he's being spotted out, cleared out as well. See how the postman looks like though for JDG.
Wow, uber fast reflank by Yuka here. Crownfisher did great to get so much information. How many does YU get? How patient?
Oh, what a patience. Oh! Not patient enough, it seems. Oh dear. That's not ideal. Joe won't be given a second opportunity. Jinkuro now on versus 4, and he's being spotted out from the heavens. They'll be there for the trade if it wasn't already going in their favor. Nice adaptations, at least to clear out the entirety of the map. Nice retake as well.
Yeah. To be fair, they probably weren't supposed to win this round anyway, but after that initial reposition to heaven, I was feeling things might get a little spicy. But Delby, even if you surprise him, he still might put you down before you can react. He's just that fast.
Yeah, lightning fast. Reference.
But, he's a good player. Somebody give him a shot.
Yeah. I don't know. That name just popped in my head at that moment. Wasn't any rhyme or reason, but regardless, jumping into this bonus round, we'll see if these lesser weapons can do the job for players towards this A side of the map. They have a trap setup or anything, just diving straight through, saturate in with the dash. instant control from Trace Esports. Force back is a JDG. They're gonna explore other portions of this map instead.
It's a really important round here for JDG. They lose Jay right off the bat. They do get into C site for free. How do they play this post plant? Good initial space taken by Jay Kuro, but he needs some support here.
The Omen eventually comes through. Paranoid at the ready, perhaps. Eventually gets sent in. Lovely timing. But he was satching right above. Oh, Jay Kuro, good adaptations. As Wario provides a bit of assistance as well. And Trace Esports unable to get anything going back in towards CT. A pivot now from JDG within the site. They're gonna relinquish that control, take matters under their remit towards Waterfall instead. Jay Kuro comes back in for second dippings. Triple kill for him. And Kai is spotted out as well. This one is basically undoable for this man, unless he lines up a double, wide swing in, now tap on the spike, expecting him towards Waterfall, but the shots go awry. Why you? I don't think there's gonna be enough time regardless, but whew, another round as goes down to the wire.
That was, I mean, it's been kind of the theme of this game where rounds appear to be over and then all of a sudden they're not. So Kai doing some magic there.
One enemy remaining.
But Yuka closing it out.
Oh, it's a spray transfer. That's disgusting, despite him being dinked.
By the way, should we talk about Jay Kuro playing Raze? I mean, he's been on smokes for quite some time now, and all of a sudden back on the Raze. If you actually look at his official page on VLR, he has the highest rating of any agent in his pool on Raze, but it has been a minute since he's played it.
Interesting. Okay. I mean, man, it feels it's so. Like, his current agent pool is kind of all over the place, right? He's got controllers, he's got duelists, he's got a fade in there for some reason. But yeah, I mean, he's looking pretty decent so far. I will say the showstoppers have left me a little bit wanting. I felt like might not be the most comfortable on that front, but other than that, I mean, in terms of his aim, it's been decent, it's been serviceable.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose if you were going to experiment, you might as well experiment when you're 0 and 5, because for 0 and 4,
enough.
You're not really coming back anyway, so you might as well just kind of send it and see what happens.
If I'm mistaken, it was a swap of roles. Crownfisher was the player that was playing the Raze the last time they played this map. Basically, him and Jay Kuro have swapped roles, so yeah, there you go, a bit of experimentation. We'll see if it pans out. Right now, it's still decently close, 6-9. We've got a bit of a search mission here towards this A side of the map as Trace Esports getting inquisitive towards C-Mount thanks to the Prowler coming in from Berlin.
Kai with the operator, or the outlaw rather. Gets picked.
This on the live patch as well? Is the nerf in already? I don't think so, right?
I would assume so, but I'm not entirely sure.
Regardless,
Either way,
Showstopper doesn't get the value. Yeah, that one was a bit difficult to hold down the site, and well, the retake might be the same issue here as Berlin. Lovely stuff. Good control. Maintains that space for his teams, the flank being completely shut down. Feng has no other choice but to go for the save, and he's already being hunted for. Berlin's hot on his heels.
Gonna be just a free orb though, and a rocket picked up for Feng. Thinks about maybe doing some more damage, but I don't think he's gonna get the opportunity.
Again, Jay Kuro's showstopper, not exactly the most deadly, but I guess it puts the fear in the hearts of Trace Esports. Another round victory here for JDG. This time it's a good execute towards this A side after a bit of presence out towards C. And a bit of a missed shot from Kai there, a bit unfortunate for him. Landed a shot or two, maybe would have given his team a bit of a better chance, but Berlin's hold on the flank was just pinpoint accurate, so Here we go again. Money a bit of an issue now for Trace Esports. Only just to save rifle from the previous, and that showstopper, maybe a nightfall to be thrown in as well if, you know, there's some sort of advantage that they could convert. But other than that, JDG, see how this fight in A ensues here.
And the outlaw contact. Ooh, Feng almost gets picked there. He only has the half armor, so that would have been a one shot. Or maybe he took some chip damage there. I'm not entirely sure.
Regardless, Trace Esports, great control. Not sure if you want to put 3 players here, but you might as well, right? You've got the rifle in the hands of Feng, and if he does go down, maybe at least one of his teammates will be able to pick that up. So a bit of a creative player here in the eco. Brolin might come in to look a little bit, and we'll see a boatload of players on towards the A side. So it's the immediate call, accelerating towards C. Saturate comes in, hits a bunch of players, and they'll be looking for more. Unfortunately, only gets the one. Kai there, though. A chance and opportunity, but now that they've crossed, side is surely under the control of JDG. The paint shell to be thrown in with the C's. It's just a bit of a fake. JDG waiting for Berlin to come in. Oh, it's a nightfall invested. Here comes the offer from Feng, and it's gonna net them quite a bit more value. But Joe with the double kill from that outlaw makes things a little bit more close. Crownfisher now in for the wide swing. Law King now left on his flank. They note of his presence as well, making a lot of noise. Spots out the barrel. To move the smoke allows him to cross above. But they're stacked up together. This should be an easy one for the side of JDG. And Berlin will make sure he does not get anything more than that. So, close round again, but a lot of ultimates invested. And, yeah, not going to net them around victory despite investing those ults.
Yeah, it was a great saturate counter. The initial hit, the double kill, though, from Jet really saved them, and it kind of sped up Feng having to invest that rocket, not able to take a ton of space, and then just getting a little bit too greedy. He was sitting there in the open at 1 HP because of the Fade ult, and instead of tucking behind Pillar and taking a better fight, he just tried to rely on his aim and got punished for it.
Yeah, it's close but no cigar type of situation. Trace Esports again. Aggression towards the B main as well as C mound. Open up the door, maintains that space. Here for the rotate though.
Yeah, 3 players in B link here. Really investing.
Expecting a pivot?
This. Potentially. EDG really trying to feel out the round. Spike headed over towards... Okay, it looks like it's maybe just going to be prodding into A and then going to a B split, which could play directly into this big B stack.
This is so interesting.
This contact is crazy.
This is so much space. I presume they're gonna wrap around, but look at this. Del B is so aware of that potential as well. Del B is just incredible game sense at this point. There we go. What's the call now from JDG? The rotation has kind of been sussed out. They canceled the B execute. They go back towards the A side instead.
Yeah, they were so invested in this B split, and they weren't getting any information, so the spike was just frozen there in B main for like 40 seconds.
Oh, and the slow is so good. They can't push out of that smoke even if they wanted to. And now that the op has got a great sightline towards the broken door, it's unlikely that Trace Esports want to go towards that position. But they still want to take control over the side. They've rotated themselves back across. Steel Garden for Steel Garden. Convergent pass invested. And the C's. Kai with the opening kill. He's looking for more though. Back of sight. Crownfisher still stays alive. Crownfisher with a double kill. And Trace Esports lacking time as well. They still can't flush him out. They still can't catch the Omen in the night. Oh, it is such a pain in their neck. Can't get anything going for this retake, and it's around here for the attacking side. JDG happy with that one.
Crownfisher looks great on this map. He's had a ton of impactful frags. Great job just playing around the little corners and drop. Tripling up and really kind of winning them that round from the position.
I thought that once Del B was able to spot out that first lurk, I mean, Chase Esports definitely had the right read. They knew exactly what was happening. It's just that they couldn't land the shots. They couldn't synchronize the utility to flush out Crownfisher in that position. So yeah, it's one small corner being neglected and it's gonna bite you right back.
I think Trace is on a save now, if I remember correctly from their econ. So it does kind of feel like JDG has firmly taken control of this map as we get closer and closer to the final rounds. Ultimates will also be coming up here for another cycle soon. I think after getting what, like 3 ultimates in the first half for Feng Feng, he's only had 1 so far, if that.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, really big round coming up. Okay, what's the buy? We've got a Hero Stinger. And of course the Outlaw on the other side. Big brawl at A Rebel coming up. This could get extremely messy for both teams.
Let's see how messy it's gonna get though. Smoke come in, teleport across. The question for the defense not really there. In fact, it's lurking by as Lonesome, teleporting across. Here comes J. Crew trying to crunch down the A side defenders. There's one more right around the corner, but with just that classic in his hand, there's not gonna be much that they can write home about. Oh, and the shots go right. YU with the cleanup. And all 5 players still standing with JDG. That's double digits now. And off the back of that timeout, great answer.
Yeah, it really has been since that last timeout that they took. They've really been on a roll. And I mean, I think this round that's coming up right now is going to be the map. Trace has to answer back because they've lost all of their momentum. Sure, they can scrape together one more buy at maybe match point, but if they want to win this map, it needs to be now. Kai comes out with the operator, makes sense. Jay on the other side has one. Little scope duel going on. What a shot. What a shot.
Damn, alright. You just put this man on and off on every single one of your attack rounds then. If he's able to snipe people out of the sky just like that. Feng Feng drop like a bird. And this hunter is still hunting. Searching out different parts of the map this time. Marking for that B main push. Chase Esports, again, gonna send out that Prowler opening of the door. Shade of information. Bit of no man's land though. It's gonna keep 2 players on the side of Chase Esports there. So the rest of JDG gonna explore the rest of the map.
Yeah, looks like they're going to send the chamber out to contact A while they group up towards C to re-clear. They do expend the Prowler, but it's... Oh, it is going to latch. Okay. Kai chased out of the corner. Operator probably suspected now as well. Oh my God.
What Jug can do, Kai can do better. This is a hop for op on the raises, but the problem is the site is being compromised. Seized up in the open. Locking has been eliminated. Del B, what is this? What has inspired him to just go for a hero play? I guess the stakes and the scoreline. And it's not gonna net Trace Esports anything. JDG up to 11. Great hold over the side. Good execute as well. Great shots from the ops on both sides, but it's still gonna be in the way of JDG.
I mean, really incredible. Both raises, I mean... It's so sad if you're a Rays player. You're satcheling in, doing your job for the team, and just getting picked out of the sky by insane operator reaction times.
First was that JDG got the trade, right? They got the trade to Kai while Je was able to slink away. That chamber has been really slippery, and he's looking for more. This time won't get met with any aggression to kick things off, so we'll see how this pans out now that they don't get that opening kill.
Yeah, it's definitely a good pace change here from JDG. Trace, they know, is getting probably pretty desperate. They're on a low buy. Don't force anything here. Just look for an early pick and then group up. Use your utility, scale in together. Should be pretty straightforward as long as they don't give away a free kill.
It's silent. They haven't been given any opportunity, as you mentioned. Chase Esports is the Vice. What is it? Just an Arc Rose? That's it is an Arc Rose. Just an Arc Rose and
looks like a Nanoswarm.
Kai there.
That's weird.
My eyesight's not very these days, but regardless, it's not the most ideal weapons. Oh, okay, just as I say that, another raise gets clipped out of the sky. But eventually the cleanup crew comes in, Kai feeding himself off. It's not ideal, but again, it's just the eco. So I'm surely looking like a 12th for JDG.
Yeah, maybe they need to rebuff satchel movement speed because these raises, like, they're having a tough time.
Yeah, Berlin though, he's happy to rack up those kills. He's got his ultimate already. Yeah, it's an interesting Razorvine kill. I'd love to see that back. They'll be looking for a bit of damage. But in terms of economy, JDG are just swimming in cash anyway, so even if he did find someone a bit inconsequential. Jeez. God. It's ridiculous, these kinds of shots they're hitting. But again, it's few and far between. You're not able to convert those rounds if you're Trace Esports. Okay, that's understandable if he died that way.
Unlucky. It happens. Yeah, let's see if JDG can close the map. They're guessing correctly right now. Going to the Vice's site. Big stack towards Mound. And potentially Crime Fisher's going to be able to hear this. Yeah, he's getting an early warning. They should just speed up into A here. So much pressure on Delby.
Oh, but pressure is exactly what Delby lives in. He thrives in it. It's unfortunately only good for the one. Crown Fisher is being really dastardly with that one. Very ambitious, not expecting 3 players. Again, it's going to be the Orb of Jud to try to maintain that space. Challenge, though, towards the broken door. Has to back off. Somehow still gets away. And now he has a longer sightline. Smoke allows him to get even further out of the action. The remaining players have to pull off some miraculous heroics here. 2 versus 4 essentially. And now a proper 2v4. Berlin unable to hold down the line. Of course it's going to be Ja again. Left in the clutch. 1 versus 3 now. Backs off. Has to teleport away. The spike, I don't think it's planned for his position at all. Has to drop down towards the lower ground, but he's not going to even attempt for it. He's instead wanting to keep this weapon, which I'm not too sure what's the reasoning there, because he could just rebuy it again. But regardless, it's an unlikely round to win. Trace Esports finally back with an answer.
Yeah, this was a nice round from FK. Really opened up the entry into tree there. And you're right. I mean, Jeff probably could have done a little bit more damage. As we can see, the economy for Trace is not great. Only 4 actual rifles, 1 bulldog.
Oh, the rocket though! Oh, he jumps above! Number 4 eventually going down if you can't finish your food. J-Kuro will punish Kai with only just the 1. Just always great for those trade frags outside of a rubble, and it seems like the second attempt here towards the A site is a lot more successful.
Yeah, they get deep drop control as well. J-Kuro is quite low, so there's always a chance that he gives away a freebie here, but looks like JDG will be moving on to the next map with a 1-0 lead. Nice comeback.
It was definitely back and forth, as you mentioned, right? It was what 5-7 at the half. It's down to 4-7, I think, at the lowest point. But yeah, this is a great resurgence coming in from JDG, really taking it to Trace Esports. You can understand why that was their map pick. Definitely experimenting a little bit more with the role swaps between J-Kuro as well as what was his name again? Crown Fisher, right? So you see that eventually it does work out. So JDG, at least, you know, this is a bit of signs of life here.
Yeah, I don't necessarily. I know there's been a debate recently on the whole, like, oh, can you IGL from the duelist spot? Honestly, I think it doesn't matter that much, whatever is comfortable to you. Sometimes you just need the leader of the team to be the person that has, like, the big red go button. And being on entry sometimes allows you to just tell your team, all right, you know, I'm going in, and then when I die, the round is on you guys. So make sure that you're close behind me.
We've seen a couple of the raises already being sniped out of the sky, right? So yeah, it's definitely one way to approach things. And a very crucial map win, I believe, here in this series. You want to get as many as you can, obviously keeping it as clean as you can as possible as well. It got a little bit dicey towards, I think, the end of the first half. It got you know, both teams essentially kind of giving away some of these rounds, but I think towards the tail end, JDG looked a lot better on their attacking sides.
Yeah, and now I'm kind of wondering if we're gonna see Chamber coming over onto Ascent next, because they look really good.
推左边，对，打左边，位置 ED， 位置 ED， 位置枪死，右边来了。还有一个门里，两个树，还有1打1，树屋里，打了他1枪吧，我打了16。没道具了他没道具，对他没道具，他满道具的，现在就。站起来！有点吧，这个这么拉，我站起来，这不给我脸吗？是不是？没事了，杰哥。打眼，踢过去，开门了。来看他，我上去架了。我在看门。不要怕，飞了。结束，左边那个掉一个。来，红开个飞的，往两个飞的，放2个飞的，首先。那个持久，来个持久的，家里没持久吗？我这。啊！
All right, great stuff from the team comms coming through. Joe obviously going to be ticking up that MVP spot. I think he did great stuff to really dictate the pace and made it incredibly difficult for Trace Esports to get any map control without, you know, facing up against this op of his.
Yeah, I mean, hit some incredible shots with the operator, plucking the raises out of the air, opening up a ton of these rounds, a couple of nice multi-frags as well. And like I was saying before we went to the comms, I'm curious whether they lean into this chamber for Ascent as well. It's definitely a map where the chamber can work well if they want to run a double senti again. And, you know, from what I've seen, just lean into this guy's operator. It's very clearly one of the best things they could be doing right now.
Yeah, it really is. It does feel like it's a pretty solid win con that you can rely on. I don't think he was having any significantly poor performances on that map. I mean, the one round that we can maybe criticize was that round where he had the total force. He kind of missed a couple of those shots, but other than that, I think he's been relatively consistent. So as you mentioned, I'd love to see him bring that op in towards, you know, maybe Ascent as well. It's not a map that they have played a chamber on, but you never know. There's always room for experimentation here.
Yeah, I mean, this was a very close map overall. First kills, pretty even. Clutches, just one for Trace. Post plants, you know, both teams getting the spike down, converting relatively well. Overall, I think a lot of it came down to just a couple of those rounds in the second half where the momentum shifted and that snowball kind of started for JDG, gave them just enough space to where they could get onto the match point, and then it was just a matter of time until they closed it out from there.
Yeah, and I think one of the big players that actually stepped up here today was Crown Fisher. He was previously playing that Raze, you know, as we highlighted earlier on. Now over towards the Omen, where slightly different in terms of the roles, a lot more anchoring responsibilities as well as fights towards, you know, a Rubble. But great to see that he's been showing a little bit of at least not even a little bit, right? He's been showing a decent amount of a decently high level of performance here on the Omen. So let's see whether they can continue on that momentum when we head over towards Ascent. That's gonna be the second map of the series. So stay tuned, guys. We're gonna go for a short little break, and when we come back, the map 2 in just a moment.
Nice.
Are we still on stream? I can't tell.
Hello.
Oh, good.
Quick, say something funny.
Funny.
6-7.
I don't know. Say, oh no, elevated. I thought you were the voice of reason.
The
And welcome back here to VCTC, and here is the JDG versus Trace Esports. We saw a bit of a one-sided affair there on Lotus, I would say, especially towards the tail end. JDG with a solid win on that Lotus map. As we head over to Trace's map pick of Ascent Elevated, what do you have in store for us? What do you think about this map that we're heading into?
Well, I'm just excited to see, like I was mentioning before the break, whether we see a little bit more of the Jay in the chamber, or whether they just go with like the traditional double duelist that has been meta right now. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of the double duelist on Ascent. I feel like you're maybe leaving a little bit on the table going into that Phoenix and Jet, but it is comfortable, it is simple, it's easy to play, so I can't fault them if they do that. I would assume that Jet puts the operator in his hands on the Jet anyway, so as long as I get to see that, I'll be pretty happy. On the side of Trace, I mean, this is a team that is generally pretty safe, but does have some weird little pocket picks here and there. They were like the team that was kind of innovating the deadlock on Bind for a while there, but it looks like they are just going to be the safe team against the new safe team. We've got old meta versus new meta. It's it's an Ascent game, I'll put it that way.
Well, what do you think about the KO kind of being picked in? Do you think it's just teams reverting back to what was like the age-long meta of Ascent, or does it actually make sense in the current meta?
Yeah, I mean, if you have an aggressive player on the KO, then it basically is just like playing Phoenix. You know, yeah, you don't have the wall, but you're still just kind of like a second entry with a couple of flashes. You can support your teammates if you need to, but you can also entry for your team when necessary. I do think that the KO's knife is really good against double duelists because you quickly find out whether they're, hitting your sight or not. And if you do tag a bunch of people, then you can almost treat it like it's a molly because you just delay them because they have no utility to actually scale in with. So I'm a big fan of the KO, so hopefully they don't make me look like a fool.
All right, so we've kind of gauged that Elevated does like the Trace Esports combo a little bit better. We'll see if Trace Esports can actually convert it though. The last match that they played on this map, it was up against Nova Esports, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, and they lost it 7-13, so not the best showing. They did have a close game against EDG, 11-13 on Ascent as well, so maybe that could be a bit of inspiration there for our viewers and the players. So let's see how this pans out. JDG on the defense side to kick things off. Trace Esports, fast play here, all heading towards this A side of the map. Oh, the shot's being shot across, Cha, with a double kill already. Why are you clawing things back? It's a double from him. Taking turns to find their impact, and Trace Esports, that fast play just ends in smithereens.
Yeah, it's a little hard to tell whether the utility was bad there or they just kind of guessed wrong and went into the stack site. The one way from Yuka, the Cypher, did a lot of work here, just completely disrupting the scaling. And honestly, I didn't see a flash. I saw nothing, really. No utility was thrown as far as I could tell by the side of Trace.
Yeah, well, with the KO, that's something you don't want to see, right? So that's
you're playing KO, not Phoenix. Remember.
Right. you can't heal yourself. That's one big difference.
Also, J Kuro on the Jet, not Jay. So we'll have to see. I mean, I'm open to it, but if he's starting to whiff some shots, I'm gonna have some questions. Contact play, looking to farm the orbs, it looks like. Gonna break and go. Got a small window to get on the site here.
J-Kuro not gonna waste his time with that one. Just gonna focus on the rest of the players coming through. That's the utility you're hoping to see. But YU's already in the action. J-Kuro as well. Delby with a double, somehow geeking out a couple of kills. Berlin making things expensive, and likewise can be said on the other side of things. JDG have lost quite a number of players as well. Looking has somehow picked himself up a Bulldog. They're looking to fight as well. Gotta be careful. The good jiggle peek coming through, the flash to deter that idea. And instead, they're gonna turn their sights over towards lane, and it's gonna work out. Crownfish is gonna get caught with his pants down. Jern out. committing it towards the switch position. Good control. It'll prevent disaster from striking, but already damage has been done. 4 players being taken down in the eco.
Yeah, really good damage. And right at the end there, I mean, you love to see it as a coach when people are willing to jump for each other. Unfortunately, both players just very, very low, and a super nice off angle held by the final player. So able to double up there. Jay has definitely been impressing me so far this series. With the decision making, the angles that he's taking, everything looks good.
CY elevated, and a lot of people have been excited about Ja, unfortunately. He's still yet to get a win on the board for this JDG roster. Looking to put one here today. They're already 2-0 up in their opponent's map pick. Bonus round doesn't really look much of a bonus, right, for JDG, unfortunately, for this one. It's just a couple of rifles, couple guardians, a bucky in the hands of Crownfisher.
That is true, but they are on the defensive side on Ascent, so they do have the ability to make the attackers contact into some tight spaces where the Buckies and Bandits can go to work.
Oh, they really lost their first player. Smoke has to come through from Crownfisher. He's got to play within it. You can't tell his team to focus on other sides of the map, but look at where Delby is playing, expecting that aggression from Ja from the catwalk. Might just give him that kill on a silver platter. It's a bit of a line in the sand here, but JDG got to bring, rather, Trace Esports got to bring all their forces wrapping around spawn in towards this B site.
剩余30秒。
Yeah, the Cypher utility holding the rotations at A, and we have only the Sova here. Berlin looking for a pick. Has an opportunity, gets one. A little dangerous now for Trace.
Oh, caught on the reload! Ja using his ultimate to actually survive!
Oh
Feng
my
and
God.
Yuko somehow providing that assistance, that overwatch from his team. And oh dear, this bonus round that should have been thrown to the wayside actually comes up victorious. They lost their first opening kill or death on J-Kuro, and they somehow win it out just thanks to the virtue of time.
Yeah, the market smoke fades, and Berlin's able to find one with the Bandit just before he gets into lane safely, and then things really fall apart. What is this ultimate? Was this intentional? Was he just trying to? I don't even think that he meant to do that, but it was the perfect
Maybe
play.
panic pressed his buttons or something, and it worked out fantastically. It seemed somewhat intentional with YU coming in to get that trade frag instead. So I don't know. It's just absolutely horrendous though for Trace Esports. It was a round that they should have easily won. But yeah, that's just the bonus donated away.
Yeah, Destroyer is mad. I mean, why wouldn't you be? You need this map, and you just lost your first bonus, your first gun round, in pretty sad fashion, honestly. It really was. There's just nobody looking at market. They all scaled into lane, and everybody was just kind of tunnel visioned on getting to the site. Gave Berlin the easiest kill of his life.
It's quite puzzling. We've seen a couple of times already with the smoke pops just a little bit late, a little bit delayed, and then, you know, a couple of players just not expecting those angles. But at that point, it's just puzzling to me. I mean, there's so many things that you could change differently, whether it's a trade, whether the smokes come through, whether the communication's better. I guess it's a combination of all of those.
Yeah, this round looks like Trace gonna invest the knives as well as one hero rifle. Definitely dangerous. See what they do with this, whether they can set up the Jet to actually take a fight on her terms or not.
This time's a little bit different. Instead of J-Kuro in towards wine, it's Crownfisher. He's got the teleports, he's got the paranoia at the ready, but he doesn't even use any of that. Just peeks in again. Another player in wine goes down without getting anything for the side of JDG. The J-Kuro in towards Heavens has to try to find some sort of a reprieve for his team. Spike yet to get planted though. Fate of the wall makes it a little bit dangerous, but eventually Trace Esports will get that down.
Yeah, the Jet Knife's doing some work. What's the retake going to look like? A little swap over so J-Kuro can potentially entry with a rifle. Sova now is the outlaw. Recon timer, I'm not sure what it is, but they definitely need some catalyst to get in here.
There we go, fighting towards the smoke itself, and Kai with the knives, only good for the one though. FK with a classic, gets a headshot with the burst. It's only left onto Ja, and he's stuck in towards the tree. And the smoke as well, gonna make things incredibly difficult. This round is going in the way of Trace Esports. It's a scrappy one, but he's lesser weapons, gotta be able to do the job.
Delby does go down there. Obviously, that was essentially a thrifty. I don't know if the game actually classifies that one as a thrifty or not, but
right.
it was one. It was an eco or a broken buy at the very least. That's definitely a big momentum shifter for Trace. Let's see if they can build on it. This is the type of map where anytime you're able to flip either the econ momentum or the alt economy, you really want to try and string together like 3 or 4 rounds, especially when you're on the attack side. Sometimes that's all you really need is like 4 rounds on attack that you just get together in one big burst.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it still really is a defender-sided designed map, so let's see what they have in store for us on this attacky side of round. String it together perhaps, up against Ja, and you cause 2 rifles. Well, Jakuro, you don't really have a smoke. And wow, okay, just as he pops out the flash, gets the kill. Advancing towards the B side, they've got 2 players with JDG here ready to receive. YU's got that guarded. He's playing towards stairs on B side. It's a weapon, it's an opportunity. Cam here will note that no one is in this mid space for the time being. Now spotted out. They're just calling a bit of a pause here, Trace.
Yeah, at the same time, I like the aggression from JDG, re-clearing Cat. Starting to walk out in the middle, getting suspicious. There hasn't really been any noise on the map, so they're just going to start taking space. This timing could be really weird on the KO.
Oh, FK thinks that there was a player that TP'd across. He is correct, but he's still patient to get the second one. Ja now going down. That's the strongest rifle out of the mix. They know that there's someone on the flank. Crown Fisher now makes his presence known. But the instant trade threat comes in. 23 seconds. You've got to commit here on the B side. You can't only go for the one. Berlin will eventually get mopped up as well. FK, lovely stuff from him. Picks up a quad kill as he breaks apart this B side.
Yeah, just a little bit off on the timing there with the paranoia and coming up to fight from stairs. You can see that the coordination is just not quite tight enough to bring this one all the way back, but decent attempt. Like I said, good proactivity from JDG. Now we get a full rifle with J. Kuro finally picking up the operator. All right, you got the boomstick. Let's see how he does.
Bottom mid, looking at top of mid. Is he as good as Ja? Does he deserve this coveted weapon? Just gonna walk straight out of mid. Ja providing the assistance. Their watch over top of mid. Jakuro now popping the dash. Camera will be more than enough to break that apart. And there's no swing available from the side of Trace Esports. So at least a good step in the right direction. Pushes back that aggress down mid. And instead they're gonna turn their sights towards B main.
Yeah, which is exactly where the operator is with support from the Sova. Looks like a slow creep over through middle. Potentially turning into a B split here. Yeah, they know players are kind of aggressively positioned in B, so they are going to try and wrap them here. With the KOL popped, this is a pretty good opportunity.
They could have just gonna back off to backside together with Berlin. These 2 players hunkering things down. Assistance from potential flood retake to come through. YU with the first. Jakuro now letting that op sing. But the backside has been compromised. YU now caught between 2 worlds. He's getting flanked by Del B. And the paranoia does not come in enough or fast enough as Kai is gonna lay his life down. And again, another round falling in the way of Trace Esports.
Yeah, it was a nice round from Trace. A good little kind of sussing out where the operator was. Once they realize that there's 2 players aggressively pushed up in B, they immediately turn it into a B split through market. And popping the KO just to be safe. Smoking, flashing through, pushing the operator off the line, and just kind of crunching him at backside. Definitely a very, very well played round.
Yeah, a lot more thought out. Step by step again, JDG because of that loss, already put down on an eco round of theirs. Not much money that they saved in the rounds previous because they were also close. Trace Esports just contemplating up towards short and already just an opening kill by Kai. Crown Vision goes down and just gonna accelerate off the back of that. Alright. Bit of wind in their sails. It's a player back of sight though. It's Jekuro with the double kill of the knives. Walking will eventually shut him down, but the bolts from Berlin will catch onto one. 3 versus 2 now as the pivot in towards this B site. The tripwire come through. Del B. Oh dear, Berlin has beat him to the punch before the tripwire comes online. Is able to find that kill. Looking unexpected of Jer on this off angle. And it's a thrifty round answered back by JDG.
Yeah, JDG did put 2 ultimates into that round, the Jet Knives and the Sova ult, so if they had lost it, it would have been an absolute disaster. But ultimately, that was the punch that they needed to get over the top here. Great shots with the knives from Jekuro, doubling up, and then Berlin hits an insane timing on Del B, catches him completely unaware, walking out of the cage.
The round that you praised them for was like a round that they took the time in, right? Really try to step by step take control of the map. But that round, once Kai got that opening kill, just dashed in and kind of just sold the whole round. So yeah, a little bit of impatience coming in from Trace Esports. They'll face the full consequence of that.
Yeah, I think that is something that I see a lot from sort of like the mid-table or maybe lower tier Chinese duelists. That they tend to force things a lot because they know that they're supposed to be playing aggressively and they're supposed to be kind of like taking these fights for their team, but you really got to learn when to back off, not bait your team, but certainly you don't have to just be like a million miles ahead of them all the time.
Oh, let's see if Joe has brought in a bit of that tenacity that we know him for. Blaze wall in, bottom of the site, and hell, there's 2 and Kai with the double. But it's only just left onto Del B. He's looking in towards Catwalk, and it's a beautiful retake coming in from JDG. Everyone doing their part. It's a set take, and everything hits.
Yeah, working out really well. Funny to see the Cypher opping there towards the end of the round as well. And now, I mean, like I was talking about on Lotus, the momentum shift is such a huge thing here. I really feel like JDG has gone from potentially getting dominated on this map to putting up a very good score here on defense.
Really loving the kind of protocols that they have in place. It feels like the rounds that Trace Esports have managed to get were those slow, I mean, specifically that round you mentioned, right? The slow-paced round. I feel like we need to see a little bit more of that, especially with the KO, where you can play a little bit more for information. You can stall out a lot of these, or at least you can use that knife for a lot of your executes. So yeah, let's see what they have in store for us here. It's going to be another low buy round though. JDG is the correct stack of players here on the A site.
Yeah, that is a really good point that you're making with them being on the double initiator. Especially with those newly adjusted initiator cooldowns, you really want to be getting that second, potentially even third cycles of utility every round. Otherwise, what's the point? Just play the duelist. So yeah. You'd like to see them kind of stretching the round out and actually using their utility advantage, their information advantage to potentially manipulate the map in their favor.
The double initiators surely use something to clear this space, right? Surely you do. This body jiggle is going to be more than enough to displace the likes of Jekuro and the pivot back towards this A site. But again, it was always going to be the A site, and JDG always going to have 3 players here ready to receive. Joe, the great time Molly. Flash at the ready as well, playing off of his teammates' contact. In towards the fight, missing the first. Oh my lord, it's a meat grinder here towards the tree room. Flawless at that. JDG, beautiful read of the situation. Great crossfires being set up and to shut down everything that Trace had.
Yeah, and I really think we're kind of starting to see maybe one of the major problems that Trace has, which is like, once they've committed to an idea, there doesn't really seem to be a second layer. You know, they're trying to go through probably the smallest choke point on the map with all 5 players. There's nobody coming from main. There's no lurk trying to wrap heaven. It's just 5 people all showing themselves, running directly at you. And, you know, JDG is a good enough team. They can deal with that.
Mid trap here from JDG. They spot out the Phoenix, not the Jet though. Jekuro gonna go searching. Is there a Cypher cam available to watch for this? No, it doesn't seem like it. It's just got to swing wide. A missed shot, though. It's a big scramble here down towards mid. Brolin with a quad. Brolin picks up the ace. Collapses onto Trace Esports. What has happened to this team? A single man shutdown, and all the hope just feels lost here for Trace.
Berlin pretending that he's doing the old Vision Strikers play, crunching tiles on the Sova. You usually don't see that. He's usually the one throwing the dart, sitting back, waiting for the response, but getting in there and fragging with the team. I mean, what happened to Trace? They were in control, and after that Thrifty, it's gone super, super wrong.
It just feels like they don't really know that that's their win condition, right? It felt like it was a consequence of the situation that they played slow, but I don't think they realized that that's actually one of the big reasons or big ways that they could win.
Yeah, they're really not doing a great job dismantling any of these Cypher setups either, which is just allowing JDG to stack wherever they want to.
And look at Ja, he's so insistent on this. Knows he's trapped them in the corner. Drops the spike of all things, and now they have to come to him. Putting up that blaze wall, buying himself a little bit more space, clearing out mid. He's doing everything for this team. He's waiting for his teammates to come through. Yukor's gonna catch onto the mid lurk of Del B. And Ja again playing it so perfectly, letting them have control over the spike because he's gonna go for the wraparound play together with YU. The drone here just for that information grasp. Notes that both players are still very much within the site itself. Ja and YU eventually comes in for the crunch. They note that one player is in towards hell. Matter of time. Positions all spotted out. You've got to just shoot your way out of things. Might be a chance here as Loki picks up a double. But his little feet caught in the corner.
Oh.
And Berlin again to close out a round for JDG.
Yeah, Berlin is all of a sudden reading the game really well. Has the IGL for this team, and I mean, I have to look at this Cypher in middle. He's got teammates fighting just up cat next to him, and he's just sitting in bottom middle waiting for some rotation, not taking any space, not going for a wrap, really just kind of selling his team, hoping that they can actually get the job done. And it's not working out. The coordination is definitely lacking for Trace.
Yeah, I mean, that coordination is the key word here, right? It feels like everyone's kind of doing their own thing. Trying to somehow eke out a round, shoot your way out of the round. It's not going to be the case here. JDG looking so fired up. And look at this stack of players on the A side again. Here we go, though. No commands. Great to shut down any utility from the defensive side. Just going to get caught with nothing. Crownfisher with one back, but it's only just the KO. He can go for that revive. The bolts sent across the screen, but it's not going to be able to find a kill. Just damage onto FK. 3 versus 5 now for this retake. Last round and a half. Give it everything you've got. Good paranoia and the delay utility. That's exactly what you want to see from Trace Esports. Can they finally close out one of these rounds, especially with a double man advantage? Spam down towards the bottom boards. Berlin, he's been clutched these last 2 rounds. Can he do it again here for the team? Gosh, what this fight though. Both teams just slamming through the boxes. Here we go, Berlin. Gonna find that bit of a timing play. It's a triple kill already for JDG. Kai now towards short. But then no check for Del B down towards hell. So it's a triple for the Jet and Del B got the close. Got down to the wire, but thankfully Trace Esports still holding on.
I was getting really worried when those players in hell were getting chipped down by the spam through the floorboards. They needed every single bit of health that they had to close that one out. Plus the numbers advantage.
Yeah, the fact that they got 3 kills there, despite it being like a 5v3, it's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah, overall, really nice half from JDG. Started a little bit slow, made a couple of nice adjustments, and then it is weird. You brought up that like maybe Trace just doesn't know what they need to do or why they won that particular round, and I think that's kind of true. They play this great, slow, work the map round. That actually kind of reminds me of how they used to play all the time.
Yeah.
You know, back in like 2024, and just completely absent from the rest of that half. And I don't really understand why, because it worked, and they just never ran it back.
maybe the coach has some time to kind of impart that knowledge, that wisdom here, albeit, you know, we have swap sides now. We'll see how Trace Esports performs on their defensive side, you know, with the double initiators. I'm expecting them to be better at finding, you know, information across the map, preventing those pushes with the KO. So we'll see.
Let's see. Switching over, we now have KO on defense, which is in theory probably a little bit better than the Phoenix defense, but we saw Jay doing a really great job locking down that the tree connector, you know, flashing through the switch door, constantly refighting that space, obviously dropping the molly when necessary. And I mean, KO's gonna have to do similar. It does kind of feel like Crown Fisher hasn't had quite the impact that he had when he was playing Smokes on Lotus. Wait,
yeah, I do agree.
I'm mixing up players big time. Sorry, I'm talking about I'm talking about FK and Crown Fisher, the two newer players. Yeah, FK's got to really step up here on the KO, I think.
Not an easy role to play, especially in the double duelist meta. King will get checked, but I don't think they know for sure. Paranoia now eventually comes through. Flash in as well. Flashes on both sides, but it's smoke and mirrors. They can't find anything. Just a couple of fading heads, essentially. King still crept in towards this corner. Does JDG have the utilities available to clear him out, or do they just let him have this space? That's the question. They're gonna avoid them for the time being. Head towards this A side of the map. That's the right read for the time being.
Really static hold from Trace. I've got like this kind of triple up, down, and middle. KO just holding the tree door. Sova super passive in B. They're giving up a lot of space to JDG, just hoping that they'll walk into this defensive setup.
Oh dear. That's great timing for Trace Esports. J Kuro asking where's the cover? Where's the trade available? Delby's gonna shut him down. 3 versus 4 now for JDG, man. Disadvantage. Let's see what Trace Esports have. Surely they've got everything they want here for this retake. Got his smokes as well. Initiator utility, the dart available. Kai in perhaps with that sheriff, but Crownfish is going searching. Up and towards heaven. Spots out a couple of players. Has to fall back though. Still has the paranoia for additional delay. There's great stuff coming through. One-way smoke being popped through, but Berlin's gonna play in front of it. Double hell. Great shot with the classic. Delby with a triple. Crownfisher though, unchecked for. Crownfisher looking for more. It's not gonna be the case. I think they have enough time as well. So JDG not gonna be able to convert this pistol as Trace. Gonna get theirs here in the second half.
Yeah, pretty good patience. They were able to kind of pump fake the retake a couple of times. Got out a little bit of utility. Dealt with the players kind of fighting up for that extra space in heaven. Slowly dissected the round, and then Fong Fong helping to close it out here with the sheriff. A couple of wallbang shots as well. All right, Trace goes with hefty triple Spectre, Guardian, Marshall. Kai going to be searching out, trying to multi-frag with this Marshall against all the non-armored players for JDG.
Is in the right place. And at the right time. There we go. Farm off your eco, sir. Kai. Oh dear. Does not expect the close corner. Fung Fung. Trying to make sure things do not seem, snowball out of control.
Well, I mean, that's that's an unforgivable mistake. I mean, you know that they're stacked up. It's an eco round. They're gonna have multiple players. Just to not check a close corner like that shows kind of a lack of awareness from Kai being that first pick. Instant reclear B main.
Definitely
though.
So. But they're not rotating. It's just a cipher here. Catwalk is actually really weakly guarded, so JDG opt for that pathway. Should be pretty easy for them to gain access towards the site. It's only just Del B here, but I say only. This man is pretty damn proficient with his weapon, and we've called in a bit of reinforcements with King coming through as well.
But look how static they are. I mean, time is low. They're fully separated 2-2 on either side of the map.
Oof. Yeah, fair point, man. At least Crownfish is gonna get himself that spike plan. That's in the grand scheme of things not too bad already. Chance to actually just break the hopes and dreams of Trace Esports. Thinks about going for the wraparound play, instead just goes back towards the door. Missed shot, and Feng Feng will punish. So Trace Esports lost quite a number of players, but at least they get the round.
Yeah, not a bad try, not a bad try at all. Now we get to see the full buy coming in for JDG. Wonder if Kai will, I don't know if his money is enough to force up the operator right away. I know that he would love to do that.
There we go. Oh, this is a bonus side op as well. Interesting. All right, want to actually bring in that momentum and we actually win out this bonus. So, yeah, who bought it for him? Feng Feng, man, my guy. Only opting for a sheriff in this round. Buys the op for Kai.
Yeah, I mean, Feng Feng, we saw him entering, fragging out on the Raze. Now he's the sacrificial guy on the Sova in the back, not getting any kills. It's got to be a little crazy to be switching your mindset back and forth like that all the time. You know, respect.
You think he gets punished if he doesn't do it?
You think Destroyer just has the belt out at practice?
You can hear it during the tech timeout and the. Oh, let's see if it nets them any success, because they are headed towards where this op is. So Feng Feng's sacrifices might eventually come out victorious. Let's see if Kai can land the shots. Oh, big whiff. Now they know he's there. Goes on a second peek, and oh dear lord, they've lost the op, and Feng Feng, doesn't matter if he doesn't have a better weapon, he's still gonna land an instant headshot through the smoke. Somehow gets an incredible kill off of that one. But Joe, what an angle to find. Just around the smoke. Gonna reroute his position back off towards B main. He even has his ultimate available if he wants to use it. Doesn't need to. His teammates got him. Last player standing here as a flash comes in. Del B's blinded, and Trace Esports, they fumbled the bonus and they've lost the op as well.
What a brutal whiff from Kai. 2 in a row with that forced up operator, really trying to build momentum into the half, and he just, I mean, I'm just gonna say he just kind of, he's
no Joe, I'll tell you that.
He just kind of blows it for the team. They are able to buy here because of that hit. Feng Feng again taking the low buy on the sheriff.
Oh man, poor guy. As an initiator player, it's not like you can. As an initiator player, you can't just, you know, buy a weapon. You have to buy a utility as well. So this guy is really just struggling with his wallet. What is this setup here? Got a flash at the ready, paranoia as well. And are we gonna send the guy with the sheriff in for the swing? I don't know what's happening.
I mean, he is a duelist on some of the maps. So
hey, give the guy a weapon, man. Come on, we're flashing for him. At least give him a good chance. Oh dear. Whatever.
You think that's
utility?
That's why they keep switching him in and out? They're like, all right, we need this guy to just feed for us and buy guns. Bring in Feng Feng. You're like, all right, you tried to play too selfishly. All right, you're out again. Bring in the new guy. They just keep swapping them in and out. Like, whatever Kai wants, Kai gets.
Oh, Kai gets the brunt of players in this round, it seems. JDG headed towards the side again. Run it back, invested. Del B gonna land a couple of shots through the smoke, but nothing to write home about. It's gonna be a full retake setup again, and if you've even got who is it? YU on the mid lurk, potentially could come in for a flank. But for the time being, Trace Esports, they've got everything they want here for this retake.
Yeah, this Cypher is gonna go super late. I think he's probably even playing off the camera in middle, making sure he doesn't get peeked on Cat. Timing a little bit weird. They might know about him. Nope, hides it perfectly. This flank is going to be everything here. Great flash.
Oh, it doesn't even matter. They can't even get out of heaven. The numbers are cut down so short. Del B though, you gotta give him that due respect, but the time is ticked down way too low. Crownfisher with the quad kill. Lets in a bit of a yell across the stage. And this Bird, I guess, looking for his crown here. Oh dear, another retake going to the wayside for Trace Esports.
Yeah, I mean, I assume he came up from their academy roster or somebody's academy roster. I know that the Chinese tier 2 system is interesting, where they all kind of like loan players to each other and stuff like that. So, I mean, he's looked good. I know that his duelist stats and his duelist debut was a little bit rough, but the Omen seems to fit his playstyle. He's had some really nicely impactful rounds. Destroyer on the mic again, using his final timeout, trying to rally the troops for one last push, trying to get to map 3. Do you believe?
We've seen some creative ideas, right? Like that B trap coming in, but it feels like it's always missing something. Either someone's not on the same page, someone doesn't have a gun, cough cough. You know, it always feels like there's a part missing for this Trace Esports roster, and they've got to really dig deep to find out what's their missing piece, because you're staring down the barrel of, you know, a 10-6 score line, 3 rounds more for JDG. Feels like it's 1 or 2 more gun rounds for them up against your potential eco, and this map, this series might just slip away.
Yeah, it really just doesn't feel like Trace has been able to find their foothold in these second halves. The same kind of thing happened on Lotus, where it was a little bit back and forth, but you could just kind of feel the momentum slipping away, and JDG doing a very good job winning the crucial rounds. It feels like every time that there's an opportunity to break the money of Trace, they're more often than not coming out on top of that, and it's helping them really build a good case for 2-0ing the series. They're about to split through Cat, testing the KO and his ability to hold the space.
Oh, big fight though. This is what you want to see from Trace Esports. A little bit of life. Great trap play in towards the tree room. 3 kills just instantly fill the feed. Trace Esports barely taking any damage. And they spotted out YU in towards the mid look as well. So eventually, surely gonna be converging upon him, as Berlindo wants to have a bit of a say in this round. It's a 1 versus 3 with a double hole coming in from Trace Esports. Gotta be enough to get them 1 more round on the board.
Yeah, it was a very nice round from Trace. They made it look fairly normal and then just kind of baited JDG deeper and deeper into tree. Once they were fully committed to that space, they sprang the trap, mollied them off so they couldn't push forward, flash, plus the Hunter's Fury from cross map. Super nice utility, really good plan coming out of the timeout.
It's a lot better from what we saw and a lot of the round previous. The entire map, basically, that was what we want to see more from Trace Esports. A little bit more of that cohesive play. But is that a one and done kind of strategy, right? You call a timeout, get the team to do that on a bit of an eco round. Are they able to adapt on the fly though without their coach's intervention? That's my question. And just as I say that, right, JDG is going to take their own timeout to right the ship and perhaps let the team know that, hey, Trace Esports, they're probably going to try a little bit more of these trap setups that they've been trying to do.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is that JDG instantly called a timeout after that round, so Destroyer gets to talk again, and if he's got another strat cooked up, he can call it right away. So, I mean, kind of interesting timeout management from JDG, where they basically just give a team that has no more chances to talk to their coach just an additional one right away.
Yeah, most definitely. I guess Coach Bale thinking that, you know, his value is going to be more than the value that Destroyer gives to his team. So we'll see what the adaptation is. It's a bit of an eco round anyway, so maybe the timeouts for the round next. Who knows? We'll see how this one pans out though.
Nice little timeout mogging. Is that what you're describing?
Yeah, actually, you could probably provide some insight. Do coaches a lot of the time call a timeout on an eco for the following round? Or is it mostly just for the current?
I mean, I think you definitely would want to give like a specific eco round plus then maybe like a bigger macro adjustment for the upcoming gun rounds. That's probably how I would do it. I know that there's some coaches that never want to call it on a timeout because they want to just adjust the gun setup and they want to have the most impact on like the next round. They're worried maybe that their players will forget the plan because they have to play a whole round between implementing.
Right. Well, we'll see if JDG forget to clear wine. It seems like it's not to be the case. Good pop of the cage, but Loki still gets the kill, but traded back by YU. So all in all, it's 1-for-1. It's a weapon given over. And a chance now to string a couple more rounds in a row. JDG, 3 versus 3 now. Trades have been nice from them. And Trace Esports getting a little bit nervous. This is not the situation you want to find yourselves in. They close the door, and they actually put Crownfisher away from it. Potential flank attempt. And oh dear, they're gonna bite on it. Oh no, but you gotta let your shots though. Thank God for YU to come in for a bit of a trade assistance. Down to the 2 versus 2 now. A low buy eco round from JDG might be able to do him in. Trace Esports need to rally together here. Oh dear God, it's catastrophic. YU questioning what the hell Trace Esports just did. They fumbled another eco round.
Yeah, that is devastating. But it's also really illustrative of the point that you were making earlier, which is just like sometimes their setups, they just need an extra layer. Like they're doing a wine trap here with this Omen, but he's on the same side of the map as the Cypher. And the Cypher's playing like cam contact, and the Omen is trapping for nobody. So like there's literally nobody to shoot off the paranoia. You just get spammed down. Doesn't make any sense.
Something's always missing for Trace Esports, and of all rounds to happen, it's against the eco. Has to be demoralizing to say the least. Alt or being picked up by Joe. He's got his run it back now. Gotta heal himself off the back of that, and they're not even done just yet. They're gonna look mid to explore.
Yeah, it looks like they're setting up potentially for prodding into market, maybe shifting over to A site to finish. I think it's going to depend on what happens here in market, whether they can crunch into the B side of the map.
There we go.
Great shots.
Dear. They don't trade each other. Del B, he's been a menace so far in this series, but a little bit better. We'll get that trade frag back, and look at where YU was crept off to. But likewise can be said for the side of Trace Esports. Loki's top of mid together with the KO of FK, and YU now making his presence known. He's crept in deep in towards their spawn. What's the call coming in? Crownfisher gets beat by Kai. Nice hit shot from him, despite Kai being on essentially 10 HP. I think it's on to Ja to be the one to crack open and close this round. YU's position noted for Kai rotates over towards B main. Drone comes in as well. 18 seconds left.
Meanwhile, the KO and the Omen are convinced that maybe they're coming to the A side of the map. Very weird round. You had the super lurk by the Cypher, the double push out A main all the way to top middle. Some weird timing stuff happening. I mean, good shots from Delby to hold down market by himself. He really didn't have any support. If he goes down instantly, this round's probably over.
Yeah, well, it's something, I guess, for Trace Esports to hold on to, is the individuals finding multi-kill rounds, and Delby, he's the guy that's always able to do it, you know. Always able to find some impact round, some way, shape, or form. Now that he's struck, it's up to the rest of the team to actually pick up the pace. It's again down to another bit of an eco round. I mean, YU and J-Kuro has got a bit of a hero bar coming in. There we go, he's got the knives, dropping a rifle over towards Ja. This round's got some licks to it. Here we go. Wall in and the dash. Backside though. FK just worrying about his utility. He's gotta get his gun out. Why are you there for the trade? Back and forth we go. Another flash in. Joe with the catch. 2 versus 2 again. An attack from the drone. Oh, but Berlin with the spam. Absolutely ridiculous. Delbino up against Berlin. Top of the spike, not committal. Delby waiting patiently, waiting for Berlin to go for the tap again. Both of these players waiting ever so close, and Berlin's just gonna take the fight straight on. Like a wall, it will collapse onto Trace Esports. Another round butchered here on the A side up against a low buy.
Oh my god, that's gotta feel so bad for Feng Feng. He's got the Odin in heaven, and he gets instantly spammed. No chance to use it for the retake at all. Great 1v1 here at the end by Berlin.
There we go, match point. And Trace Esports looking to be at the bottom of their group as JDG. They've been putting on a great performance here on the map of Ascent. Oh my gosh, Locking just shoots for no reason. And now they know there's a judge gap close. F-Key is by his lonesome, calling in for a bit of assistance from Locking, but Locking has a judge. How much can he provide here? Oh, has to go for a reload? Whoa. I'm at a loss for words. It's another 3 versus 3. Help me, elevated.
What was that from Jake Kuro? They're setting up for a flash play, and he just wide swings before the Phoenix flash even happens.
That too. Whatever it is, just now got his running back. He's tired of it. He wants to just hunt them down. Won't be able to find. Oh my lord! He gets a kill in that situation. You've got to be kidding me! Oh my lord! Trace Esports, from bad to worse, it's crumbled right before their eyes. And JDG in the 3v1, they're not gonna fumble this one. It's a 13-8 scoreline, 2-0, and they topple Trace Esports. Push them down to the doldrums of their group as they get at least one series win to their name.
Yeah, man, so many little moments just really falling apart for Trace. It kind of feels like maybe they need to go back to Streamer University, Kai and friends. Just back to the drawing board.
To the drawing board at least.
Yeah. But hey, JDG gets their win. They had some pretty nice stuff. Maybe something to build on heading into play-ins. That is their last game, right? This is the final game for both these teams in group stage.
I believe so.
Yeah,
I think it is. So yeah, this is Trace Esports and JDG basically completing their group. JDG with their crucial, one-round victory, one series victory over Trace Esports, so they avoid the bottom of the group. Again, I think these two teams are guaranteed to be in the play-in, so at the very least, I can say that JDG have shown a decent amount of life. They have shown some good ideas, some decent team synergy, actually. But I still think there needs to be some work done to be able to take on the likes of, the top tier Chinese teams, XLG, DRG, EDG, and honestly even Tyloo at this point.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think they're still quite a ways off, but I do like what I saw from Crown Fisher on the smokes. I think that seems to be a relatively comfortable role for him, and sometimes it just takes one instance of getting it right to really feel like you can build off of that. And for a team, if you're 0-4, you really are just going to be like, just got to find something that works for us. And JDG has now found that.
这位大王，再次恭喜啊！那今天也是拿到了自己赛段的首胜，先来分享一下终于拿下胜利的感受吧。
就感觉很激动吧，因为打了5场，只赢了1场，就有点失望吧。因为感觉我们其实很多时候就差一点点，但是今天我们把握住了。
有的时候真的只差一点点，但是这个赛季其实你的个人发挥是非常亮眼的，真的要称呼你一声哲大哥了。这个赛季其实你完全展现出来了自己的火力、实力，经常是队伍兜底或者打开突破口的那个人。想问一下，在队伍可能状态有些起伏的情况下，你是怎么一直能保持如此稳定的发挥呢？
首先感谢贝尔教练吧，他对我的帮助很大，因为他会教我怎么玩游戏，然后他会对我的帮助非常大。
感谢贝尔教练，也是离不开赛训组的共同努力。那这个赛季其实也是引援了新选手嘛 ，Crown Fisher 的加入，或者说他上升到我们的一级联赛，其实也是补上了队伍的火力。同时，我们也注意到他其实为队伍的氛围也带来很多加成。可以跟我们分享一下他对于这个团队目前带来什么改变吗？
就他是一个很幽默的人吧，就是可能平常看起来比较腼腆，但是其实线下很幽默的。
He's actually very humorous. 看得出来，因为他一直在场上特别喜欢带动大家的情绪，大家没有鼓掌、没有击掌的时候，也会主动的来带动大家的氛围，所以我觉得还是对于这个比赛，对于你们团队有很大的加成。那今天的胜利之后，其实后面的路可能还是有一点艰难，你们需要去打入围赛来决定是否能够晋级季后赛。那对于后面的比赛有没有什么展望？
后面就尽量每场都打到最好吧。
尽量打得最好。那其实虽然说你已经是一个稳定 carry 的，我们说的哲大哥，那你对于自己觉得还有没有什么可以提升的方向？
And do you think there's anything to?
我觉得我还可以再进步一些吧。对。
有没有具体什么方向可以跟我们分享一下吗？
我的瞄准吧，觉得我瞄准不是特别好。
好谦虚啊，因为我每次看你的视角已经觉得很夸张了，看来还是进步之路源源不断。好，那最后呢，其实今天也是一个非常特别的日子。那今天其实是我们牛哲选手的生日。那在今天这样特殊的一天，在长沙拿下首胜，有没有什么特别想说的话
？Anything else? Anything else?
就是长沙真的非常好。
长沙非常好，非常感谢大家。那我们大家一起祝我们的哲选手生日快乐，好不好？我们3、2、1，生日快乐！
好，谢谢。
And that's the audience wishing him a
再次感谢哲选手接受我的采访，也是非常恭喜你们拿下今天的胜利。那接下来让我们用联想拯救者手机为请领新一代来共同记录。
All right, there we go. So a little bit of aim, birthday buff, and Coach Bale, assisting the team for a little bit of motivation there. So lovely to see that. Hey, with the birthday buff, it is true, it is real, and a solid win here for JDG as they head over to the play-ins to, have another shot at champions essentially.
Yeah, it always cracks me up. All these players are always like, I just got to work on my aim. That's all I got to work on, just my aim. It's all about aim. Like, there's more to life than just, than just clicking heads. There's more to Valorant than just aiming. But hey, whatever it takes to be confident, it worked out for them today. Gotta respect it. Super, super nice showing from JDG, and I really do hope that that's something they can build on, because this is a team that, like, was not far off from being good to start this year. And they've really kind of gone through this whole reconstruction project. So I hope that they can kind of come out the other side with some momentum here.
Yeah, definitely. I think in today's game, I felt like it was going to be a battle of who makes the lesser mistakes, who's actually able to just play the standard game as well as they can. You don't have to overcomplicate things. We didn't see too many crazy strategies being thrown into the mix, but it felt like at a base level, it felt like their floor was still, a decent amount ahead of Trace Esports, which is, I guess, a good thing looking forward to the future. So yeah, I'm very interested to see if they're going to be able to develop a little bit better, especially up against the tier 2 Chinese teams, because they've been grinding down in the tier 2 scene as well. So interested to see how that matchup's going to look like.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea what these tier 2 Chinese teams are like, because they don't even show up like on VLR or Run It Back or anything like that. So it's like, who even are these players? It's definitely going to be an interesting introduction for me.
Yeah, but I think what was it? The interviewer said about the clutch factors as well. But yeah, super cool to see. Comms coming up in just a few moments though. Let's take a look.
死了，进来一个，打65截他，打65，我可以给那个楼梯，进来，打65这个，帮打，一打，走，往死，跟我说一个人去船屋，然后船屋的拖下包就行，没时间，想中路去中路 ，OK， 小心 A 小，看我的看 ，OK， 你带我去丢伞，准备丢伞哦，准备丢伞，他上不来，A 大一，我被雷了，帮不了你。 哎，上过了，中路，塞不来中路，还有一个 A 大推了，来踢进来。OK， 我去，小道一个，哎，100 ，nice， 别，在那跳，很惨，别，慢慢了，没事，火枪，两个右手，跳了吗？没跳，跳两个，哎，两个你拯救了。
And the MVP goes to Joe, of course. I don't think it's a surprise to anyone. But yeah, it's a full team effort coming through. I think YU also showing up quite a bit there, especially as you saw in the comms. Super cool stuff to see. But yeah, this is kind of the tail of the tape, I think. A lot of clutch plays, but at the same time, it's a team that's also on this journey, on this search to really redefine themselves.
Yeah, some great rounds from Zhou, but I actually really liked what I heard in the comms. Obviously, I don't speak Mandarin, so I don't know exactly what they're saying, but the level of energy and the fact that there was like good kind of spacing in between. It was like give and take in the comms. Like nobody was really talking over each other too much, and all 4 and even 5 people were contributing, it seemed like, as they were taking these fights, which is usually a pretty good sign if everybody is getting involved in these rounds. Makes sense why they were so coordinated compared to what Trace is doing.
I think we could take some time now to actually like discuss Trace Esports. Like, I don't know, man. I felt like some of the individuals were actually pretty decent, pretty strong. I think some of the trap setups were also really interesting, but I don't think there's too much of a comms issue. So, wow, I'm taking a look at the first kills as well. That's absurd. Like 15 to Trace Esports, they only convert less than basically half of that, right? So it's quite puzzling to me, like, what's going wrong with this team and how they're gonna be able to just try to rally back, try to have some sort of resurgence in towards the play-ins.
Yeah, I mean, if that is real, if they had 15 first bloods and only ended up with, what, 8 rounds, that's pretty rough. I mean, we saw them making a lot of mistakes in terms of, like, over-eager pushes, sort of uncoordinated swings where one person would go and then maybe the next 2 would go. And, I mean, to me, that just speaks to a team that is really not on the same page, which comes down to communication. Not to make everything about that, but you know, if we do look at their roster, right, they've got the core of J Kuro, or sorry, not J Kuro, but Kai and Fong Fong and Yuka, but they just really were not able to like harness any real teamwork. It kind of felt like for the most part they had, you know, a few good rounds here and there, but for the most part, most of their rounds were really just based off of hero plays, individual kind of big rounds from Kai or whoever. And I mean, I just hope that the lesson that they learned from this is not, all right, Fong Fong out again, and then play and start and Fong Fong back in. Just, you know, figure out something and just try to run with it. Right now, it just feels like they're really struggling with their direction. I would love to see them go back to, like, you know, throw away the double duelist comps. Play the stuff that you used to play back in the day, the more controlled. Because, like, the few rounds that they did play, kind of like pace control and, like, work the map, it looked pretty good. But there was not nearly enough of that.
Yeah, it feels like it's, again, they're clawing things back. They're trying to find answers, but it seems like it's going to be a little bit too far from what they want, right? Especially right now with the run basically done here in stage 2. But that is our run here done, at least for the first series between me and Elevated. We're gonna go for a short break, and when we come back, it's gonna be the second series of the day. If I'm not mistaken, it's EDG versus Nova Esports, and that's gonna be taken over by the lovely Snow as well as Medante. So thank you guys for watching with us. Elevated, any final words before you want to close things off or take a break?
Let's go Chutian and Nova take down EDG.
All right, great words of support there for Elevator. Thank you guys. We'll see you guys after the break.
Some things are meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the river is red. Got the hit on your head. Should have buried your dead. Should have listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my
enemy. You better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he goes mean. He gets caught real big, gets off quick, and if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Loves the blood and gold, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel the force of bought in. If you start shit, you be hard-lived in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you left scars ripped, you be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. If you catch my drift. done red. Forgive me, but I must confess. This feeling, don't want to say
And welcoming you back, ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to EDG and Nova. I get to now join alongside the ever lovely Snow Spine. How are you doing on these very warm UK mornings, my man?
Yeah, very warm is a apt description at the very least, but I'm here now, I'm sweating, and also to be fair, these players are probably going to be sweating because we have got a historic match. I say historic, Nova versus EDG, but the historic part about it is this going to be the downfall of EDG?
Almost as well to have the team be Nova, the ones to do it as well. Teams that have, you know, in the previous stages, Nova have done okay, but I would say, you know, would love to have seen a little bit more, would love to have really seen the team develop. And credit to Nova, we've been seeing in this group stage, flawless run so far for them, so it would need to be EDG, pretty much the kings of this group, at least going into it, to take them off that block, or as you said, Nova to dethrone EDG if it does go much so their way.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? The kings of this group was the expectation, but then the Tyloo game has thrown everything into whack. Who knows who's going to be the kings of this group? And definitely not us, but EDG very much going to be looking to reclaim this throne. And you know these players. You've seen them for so long now, and you know exactly the performances that they can put on.
Yeah, indeed. Not a single name change up, at least as far as I'm concerned. Even as well, we've seen other teams maybe kind of drop a player towards the coaching side or the assistant coach's side. Not the case for EDG. They know what works, and credit to them. It got them to International. It got them to Masters London. It clearly does work. Meanwhile, Nova bringing out a little bit more of a surprise, but Guang has been so solid. Swagzor, the performance has been up there. And we don't get to see him. Instead, it is CB, but he's basically been named after the curveball. His Phoenix has been nothing short of extraordinary in my eyes.
Yeah, exactly. And you know what, Dante, I want to give you your chance to talk about a little bit of mathematics that you were cooking up for me in the green room. So why don't you give us a breakdown of your prediction based on that maths?
So for anyone that did just miss the first series, Trace versus JDG, of course JDG just took it in the 2-0 to avoid going completely winless in their groups. Trace, of course, now being stuck with that unfortunate title. And both of these teams have went against that previous duo, JDG and Trace. Nova were able to beat both of those teams 2-1, so it was a third map for both of those teams. EDG flat 2-0. So mathematically speaking, statistically, EDG go against the same opponents, they do better. Now, whether that's going to translate on the server at all, completely different story.
Yeah, exactly. It's always about what happens. The map pool can make such a big variety. I mean, we saw, if anyone was around to watch Eli's first game back on the stage, they picked up Summit out of nowhere for questionable reasons, because it did not look very good for them. They did not look well prepped at all and ended up taking a loss to what was considerably, most people thought, a much weaker team. So it all can come down to this map pick, and it all can kind of come down to just how the players perform on the day.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a region where it's still trying to, at least in my eyes, still trying to shake away a little bit of that star player syndrome. We see nobody rocking about 1 million trophies. That is a graphic and a half from the VCT CN squad over there. I love it, and he does have about 50 billion trophies. But...
Definitely not photoshopped. Nobody just is built that buff. Absolute Chad walking onto the stage, ready to take names. Yeah, driving onto the stage. I'm hoping to see the truck with the trophies pull in through the player walkouts. That's my expectation now.
If we don't see like the little lift off and then Autumn just sitting there with the rest of EDG in like the back, like holding trophies separately, I'm gonna be a little bit disappointed after all this. And we know China, they do. We always talk about they kind of pull out all the stops for the production, but if there is a scene, if there is a region that would have one of the players rock up with a truck of all the trophies, it's, well, you can't really look anywhere else than China.
Yeah, and I mean, one thing I want to highlight, you were talking about Swagzor earlier and how good kind of Swagzor has been for this Nova squad. Very much still rocking that neon, as a lot of teams are. Very happy to play it. I'm wondering if EDG potentially has maybe come up with a counter for that agent. I know sometimes they like to play a little bit of Vice, which can really be detrimental to that neon and kind of make those entry routes a bit more difficult. And that could be an avenue for them to shut this player down.
Yeah, absolutely. It's good seeing the level. It's good seeing, first of all, the level of faith that a lot of teams are having with Neon still. Yoru and, well, Waylay got a little bit of love, but yeah, Yoru did not. My entire point is Yoru really didn't get much love after his nerfs, but the other agents and such still getting run. As you pointed, Vise is an excellent counter, particularly on Sunset as well. A lot of good tight angles that she can be very successful on. We have started seeing a lot of teams pick up the Sage. Despite the fact being a predominant Sage main who swears by her until the end of time, she is a very awkward agent to make work. If your slow orbs aren't timed perfectly, they don't last too long. I mean, that's like about 7 seconds, or 5 to 7 seconds, apologies, is a long time when you're just staring at it. But if you don't have the timing, it can be very awkward. But as you said, it is great at taking out the legs from under Swagzor. And we've been seeing from his performance here that no one's been able to take the legs out from under him, right?
Yeah, and it's why Nova's performance has been so good. And I'm glad you mentioned Sage, because I am the avid Sage hater. But it's mainly just because of the way it's kind of been played. I feel like there's been a commonality, and we have seen a bit of development, but a lot of teams play Sage and they just kind of put the wall up really early, throw both slow orbs, and then you're just playing an agent without utility. That's it. So if they do pull that Sage out, I'm very interested to see how well they can perform around it, because like you said, it in theory doesn't take a lot of mechanical skill, but it takes a lot of smarts.
It's so... and this is the thing, right? I guess I have to compliment myself being a Sage main, because it does require the intellect. My mechanics are not there. I cannot aim to save my life. But I would like to say at least I know 2 things. I know roughly how the maps work out, and I know how to bait my team. And speaking of knowing how to do both of those things, EDG do pick up the Sunset. First map of the pull, Lotus, and then Split. So... a very tried and true map, Vito here, Snow, I've got to say.
Yeah, EDG historically has been a map that performs very well on Split. We'll have to see if that's kind of a performance that carries on here. Definitely not going to be happy about the fact that they've already taken a loss, and now kind of just looking to dominate the rest of the group to show how good they can be. And I'm interested to see the composition on this, because we have seen a little bit of race from Swagzor as well. So I'm wondering if maybe that is what they elect to go for on this map, or still just happy with the neon.
Ooh, I'm gonna just say the risk. I'm gonna say right now that we see the Rays come out potentially to avoid any sort of shenanigans with the Vice shutting that down early, because at this point we're already, and it's a nice aspect of the meta that we're currently in, where there is that little bit of counterplay, counterpick potential. We've been seeing plenty of mirror compositions, don't get us wrong, but we have been seeing teams go for a little bit more of the, well, how do we shut down the Star Duelist? How do we, you know, outlurk
the best Sentinel currently on the server? How do we just gain that additional information with the, you know, second initiator playstyle that's a little bit different to how these metas have been previously run? So there's definitely a lot of trying, a lot of trial, and probably a lot of error that comes along the back of it. Like you said, XLG picking up Summit, and very much an error it turned out to be. But that's the whole point of running these things. You have to maybe see what works, and with the group stages kind of beginning to close into an end, you should know what works, and now you should be capitalizing off of it.
And I've seen kind of a new school of thought coming in, at least when I've been chatting to some tier 2 EMEA coaches, and they've been kind of telling me about how whether you're playing attack or defense first can kind of change your composition, because you want to pick something that gives you a good, strong start to the match. If you can get quite a few rounds on the board, it then makes the second half a lot easier. So I'm wondering if that is an element that plays into it. If we see the defensive side of Split lean more in towards that Vice, aim to shut the other team down, and maybe sacrifice their attack side a little bit to make sure they can get more rounds on the board on defense.
That is sometimes the risk versus the reward, and oh my days, yeah, very nice statement coming through from Nova. I mean, to be fair, you gotta respect the aura. Again, 4-0 could be finishing up the groups undefeated if Nova do play their cards right, so a lot to work with here going on. And the last aspect, just to build on the point against Snow, absolutely right with the composition picks. We don't see Ascent come through. And while Ascent has very much had that essentially tried and true composition, we did see for a while that triple Sentinel comp that was coming through that literally would try and get 2 rounds on attack. And if that comp got any more than 2, you essentially said it was GG because of just how unbreakable it was on when they side swapped.
And you know what, funnily enough, with Summit coming into the map pool, I'm thinking we might see some similar cheese, because kind of a similar map composition with the 2 mains that are hard to hold, having to play through mid. But Summit, not going to be a map we see anyway, Dante, so theory crafting for theory crafting's sake.
Which, do not get me wrong, I am a big adorer of the theory crafting and the numbers, but if you tell me the odds, it means I'm more likely to believe one way or the other. And sometimes odds do not tell you the full story. Sometimes, you alluded to earlier, Snow, it is just performance on the day. Swagzor has been doing incredible work for Nova, and he needs to keep this momentum going. If we start to see a potential gap, a slowdown, it's been a very heavy group stage for this team. They have came out and surprised us all. It's got to be high tensions. It's got to be high nerves. Everyone has to lock in just one final time for this Nova squad. And if they do, to beat EDG of all teams in this group would be such a statement.
Yeah, definitely. And we kind of round off how good their split has been so far, because you can call maybe the first 1 or 2 matches flukes, but with a consistent performance like this and then rounding it off with beating EDG, such a storied team, it really just shows the rest of the league we are here to play and we're here to win.
Here's the thing as well, they have Nova one more game tomorrow against Tyloo, but if they beat EDG, it is, you know, the same thing. We beat EDG, EDG could beat Tyloo, or EDG lost to Tyloo. So if we beat EDG, in theory, we lose it. Quick heart from Autumn, getting all set up, and a big heart back towards Autumn as well. As the players all getting locked in, and these agent composition, we're about to see it, and it's very, very standard issue, I gotta say.
Yeah, quite bland, I'm thinking, looking at these compositions, at least from EDG. Quite a few classic picks. I mean, the Sofa's going to be interesting to me that EDG kind of haven't opted to just full force the KO, as well as we are on Sunset. So makes sense that that agent is picked up. But Nova adding a little bit of spice there.
I like to see the double duelist, like to see Guang on the chamber. We've been seeing this a lot from Nova, is pretty much double duelist and then Guang either on the duelist leading sentinel or just trying to go for something else entirely. Well, I don't know, I think he's basically been the auto lock chamber actually, so ignore me. He's been very comfortable on it, and when he's been working, he has been doing phenomenal and supporting Nova so well. We talked about just, you know, how much Swagzor has been doing, but Guang has also been a very, very pivotal pillar of the team.
And you know, we can speak all day about these EDG players as well on the flip side, because we know so much about them because they've just been around for so long. Kang hoping for a big performance here. I feel like these are the moments where you're kind of down. A loss here pushes you down further and doesn't really cement you as a top team. And when you have players that are such big names in the league, you expect them to perform in moments like this.
They're going to need to as well. We cannot really afford at this stage for either of these teams for nerves to get in their way. Now, they are both EDG quite a bit more storied, and we get to see the percentages for who believes the win rate is going to come through, and the round win rates for the Pistols and EDG looking so much more comfortable on it to start. 2-1 versus Nova's complete clean sheet. And so far, an empty B site, save for a trademark ready to beep and give the information, may lead to a full retake.
But a full retake is going to be the situation as 5 people come on over, and you spoke about this player on the chamber already. Opening pick cements themselves in an advantage. There's now Jenny looking to flash through. Market is the angle they want to fight. Running down this player left alone. It's equaled the numbers now, but Swagsaw looking to push in, and the retake is activated. Just trying to flood the site with numbers, see how many kills they can get. And they have got access to the spike now, but nobody has already got 4. And now looking to make it the ace, to be the hero of the first round. The spam through, but please don't fake the timing. Nobody gets the ace, but it's at the cost of the round.
And a shrug from Autumn. He doesn't know how he's just done it. We certainly don't know how he's just done it. This is only the pistol round, and we've already seen an ace that doesn't even result in a converted round for the ace receiver. Nobody on a 5k is one thing, but Autumn watching his team die around him and just continuing to defuse the spike is confidence and belief in yourself that we oh so rarely miss.
Oh my gosh, can these teams calm down, please? Because it's like, it's already round 1 and we're going all the way to 100. We're picking the pace up, we're getting the clutches out, and I mean, what a way to start. But now, EDG going for a bit of a slower paced round into round number 2.
Yeah, that is quite a slower pace coming through here. Just dancing around, very much respecting EDG here. And Nova, I mean, we've seen that they are happy to give that respect. The trademark already moved up now towards the kind of top mid angle. Paranoia comes through to dodge the flash. EDG just poking and prodding here. No space gained, but still 60 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time for them to consider other avenues, other points of ingress. Linking up towards the mid. That trademark, though, as we said, at the top. We may already see Guan just changing up his utility presence here. Create a problem for EDG.
And that smoke is going to cut off Swagsaw, but being Neon, speedy as anything, able to make their way through. But it's Kang isolated alone. The stun is there, but it's just not quick enough to save their life. A very easy, simple, flawless round for Nova. The setup there, almost perfect.
Yeah, very, very clean. The relay ball, the time delay against the execute up towards mid. I mean, you know that you're going against a lower buy, so beautiful use of the effective range here from Swagsaw, and such a big opener for them here. Swagsaw on 5-1, overdrive nearly already online. If they go, you know, Nova could, in theory, here play for a stack A push, and it actually looks like they're going to go for that, to try and maybe steal a frag, steal the ult orb at the very least, prevent EDG from capitalizing off of it. And yes, EDG do have a full buy up now, but the round's not necessarily been going the smoothest for them.
But a fast round here, Kang making their way onto site. When EDG were champs victors, it was on this agent that Kang really made a name for themselves. And an opening pick from Chichu on the lurk is going to kind of slow down Nova just a little bit. But a pick there gives them a little bit of space. Hunter's Fury has to be invested just to slow them down for a moment. And as the numbers dwindle for Nova, this retake becomes less and less likely.
Certainly difficult, but the oil drone now been expended. Shock darts are still online. Chi-Chi only at 16 HP, so an awkward swing from him, an errant bullet could take him down. Gianni now at 3 HP, but Smoggy certainly full HP, no concerns at all. Quick double up, and he gets his team on the round without much more in the way of anything getting shaky, shall we say.
I mean, after that first round where we saw some chaotic Valorant, we've kind of transitioned into a little bit of cleaner Valorant for ourselves now, which is nice. A fast round there from EDG, maybe setting a precedent for what is to come.
Certainly so, if this is the momentum that they can handle. But Hunter's Fury, credit to nobody to get that charged up so early on, but it was used. It did get its value, don't get me wrong. I mean, we say has to be used as if it was a bad thing. Certainly a great timing for the ultimate to come through, but it was the kind of one ultimate the EDG were going to have this time now, another round or two before we start to see the rest pile up. And already Nova playing CB so cleverly. The Blazewall just to cut off the angle, get the ult orb online, and CB actually somehow the one trailing in his ult charge here only just caught up to Swagzor.
Yeah, which is surprising for a Phoenix at the very least. But now Kang gonna find two players. Doesn't manage to get the kill themselves, but there's so many bodies for EDG through mid. And now you've got Guang left all alone. Has access to this sniper. Could maybe make some magic happen, but the paranoia is so good. But they're surrounded from every angle, and every member from EDG ready and waiting. I'm going to be looking at their team there saying, how did they get so far into our spawn?
Well, a quick 3k is basically the answer up on mid, but you're right, not too much in the way of aggressive presence or aggressive information from Nova. And again, the trademark was set up, but you had 3 players very close on those tight angles, on those kind of tight swings, and no information gathered means they were caught a little bit unawares, and CB now just sitting in market, trying his best to save the Phantom. If he dies, he gets run it back. If he stays alive, he keeps his gun. So either way, it's not the end of the world here. It would be absolutely beautiful for him if he can get the timing on the Kang. Market door is still shut. So Kang here is about to 180, but he is going to check behind it under CB is the one to 180. Oh, the most awkward timing imaginable. And a scoreline equalized.
Oh, that is a horror for them. But as you said, not the worst case scenario. Run it back is now in play. And while it's going to potentially be a weaker buy for this Nova squad, they have a couple of ultimates that they can look to work through. And if they get themselves an early pick and an advantage, they'll be more than happy to use those to get a round win.
Absolutely, they will be. And now Nova, usually very, very solid with the ultimate economy, overdrive and the run it back. They actually could as well get one off for either the Tour de Force or Autumn's Null Command here. So plenty of potential to get online bot on the site. But in the same way, EDG just going to casually, very calmly walk on. Guang not pulled the trigger yet. That needed to be a critical shot. But he does get at least some damage on, not enough for the kill. And it's already a very fast rotate from Nova. Will the retake be as fast?
They have to wait, though, for CB. They're opting to go without them to try just get the timing. But they can't find anyone just yet. The paranoia was good. The kills are coming through. The trades are there as well. And Nova in the chaos, managing to make it work. But CB, no real weapon to work with. Just this bandit in hand would have to land the shot. Hot hand's going to be used to slow Chi-Chu down. Is thinking about potentially peeking through it. The chip damage is so much. Chi-Chu holding their nerve in such a tense moment. And now it's all in the hands of CB, who kind of has to stick. The time is dwindling down. Chi-Chu, the jumping shot, doesn't get it. But it's enough time.
Yes, time.
0.1 seconds left. And Nova winning this round by the smallest of margins.
Oh, you cannot get more thrifty than that. But that's why the ultimates are still so good. That's why this composition is solid. Because now, Guang still has an operator he can pull out. Guang still has the Tour de Force online here. And CB, that's an insane shot. CB already on like a third of the way for his run it back generated yet again. It's such a cheap ultimate, Snow, and it does so much for for this squad, and it's clearly just paying dividends.
And now EDG has to kind of think up another solution, but Swagzor, getting so much information, has crept all the way through mid, and Chichu is on the lookout for it. And that kill is going to be able to activate this bold man buff. The information is there as to where these players are, and they know this A site has 2 players. Rotates coming over quickly, but EDG just wants to get ahead of them, try to force the fights, as members from Nova are just walking out of smokes straight into their deaths. And now Guang left alone again, just the operator, no real impact to be had there. And just as quick as Nova was able to make a retake work, EDG just hit straight back with a round win.
Yeah, it's one you usually don't want to get thrifty, but in this region, we kind of put an asterisk near that. Thrifties do occur a lot more in China than any other region, but to answer back with a flawless is a statement in and of itself. Getting thrifted is not great, but to answer back, not a single player dead, no one fallen, all these guns, everything online is really, really good for EDG. Nova back on the back foot again with a lower buy here. You can already hear Guang echoing it out. You want to play, let's play. Tour de Force online, pivoted towards the A site, and EDG trying their best to avoid it by deciding to lean towards B to start with.
Trap play has been set up though. CB ready and waiting to maybe throw a curveball into the paths of EDG, see if they can find an angle, get a pick, maybe back away. But nobody's going to drone it. CB back goes off the back of that. It's so good, the utility combo, but only one member down. But the spike in a precarious position. EDG gonna have to force it, and on the flip side of the map, a pick is gained. And now fighting forwards, trying to get the advantage. But Jenny is just too quick on the trigger.
Yeah, and this is a long rotate for the last remaining player in Guang here. Nice little right click. The null command's even being popped, just to cause a little bit of time, maybe a little bit of paranoia. But Guang has to be quick on this flank here if he wants to really support Autumn. Only a sheriff in Autumn's hand, and he's been doing decent work with it, but maybe not enough in a position just as precarious as this. The distraction there, shots are going to echo out, and Guang gets the timing on his opposition.
And there you go, you spoke about the sheriff being enough, and Autumn makes it work. A much needed kill, and it feels like, are we just going to see Nova thriftying EDG and EDG hitting back again? Is this the storyline that we've got for this game so far, Dante?
Look, it's always a tug of war in these regions, particularly when the group stages are starting to come to an end. Jenny 7, that's a beautiful triple kill. Arguably shouldn't have got away with the third, but he's not going to complain either way. And yeah, as you said, another thrifty back-to-back here. EDG, now they just need to teach me how to spell flawless one more time, and we would have a very storied history of these last rounds here. But I just want to highlight everyone right now. Again, Jenny 7 maybe shouldn't have got that third kill. I believe it was Azir on the Bandit, but other than that, everyone's been kind of showing up. They're getting the kills you would expect, and they're even kind of losing the fights that typically you would expect for them to not go their way. So currently just as expected outcomes as we would expect, and EDG wanting another fast-paced take.
Straight onto this B site. No quick flood retake from Nova just yet. Maybe just trying to stall out if they can, but with no real lineups, no mollies to slow that spike plant, it's let EDG set up in such a good position.
Oh, it's stunning. And properly this time, a 5 versus 5 retake. I called it earlier before Guang took the head off, I believe it was Chichu, but this time we're running it back. CB immediately gets one for free, goes for the curveball, gets himself, and it's a complete stream of red C for EDG here. Autumn and Guang able to answer it back at least. They tried to get onto the site. A res now as well. Jenny 7 back up and kicking, but it's Smoggy, the one to put the final boot in CB's hopes and dreams.
And Jenny was almost just a turret or a cam at that point, just watching the flank, died in almost the perfect position to get that information into market. Obviously going down with that K ultimate, could just see everything that's going on, provide information to their team, and so useful when it came to swinging on these plays, finding these kills. And it's Nova on the retakes. They've looked a little bit messy. We obviously saw those thrifty rounds come through, but that round, for example, not quite able to coordinate.
Yeah, definitely. Considering how it started, I mean, CB just walked onto site with the run it back, got a kill onto Chichu, but you're absolutely right there, Snow. The rest of it leaves a little bit to be desired, and it could be desiring a lot more here if Guan gets his timing. The paranoia is going to potentially come through. Going to be unequipped now that there's been a complete scout out of the angle. Jenny 7 pays for it with his life.
Wong trying to get more. The up shot is clean. The dashing neon means nothing to this player, but with so much utility thrown at them, there's not really much else you can do on site. Once again, this would be a thrifty if these players were able to convert just the one hero rifle in Swagzor's hands. But if there's any player you want it on, it would be Swagzor right here. Smoggy holding the angle, looking for the peak. The stun is used, paranoia as well. Swagzor's found the angle and managed to find two. And it's Azir cleaning it up, and Nova. Oh, they just win these unwinnable positions so often.
Heroic rifles, and if anyone needed to see, genuinely, when Neon came out, if anyone maybe forgets the level of discourse that was discussed, people thought Fastlane was going to be OP because it was just 2 Phoenix walls at once. And, well, it wasn't enough to see if Kang, but look at this swag. Look at this positioning. He completely ignores Chichu. Chichu was paranoid anyway, so Chichu wasn't going to be a factor. But even if that utility doesn't come through, the fast lane completely separates that engagement, makes EDG sweat, and so much, in fact, the first time out they call.
And kind of a needed one, to be fair. This game not going the way they want. They've had both teams had some clean rounds, but EDG's coaching staff recognizing we can't keep getting thrifty. We can't keep losing against these low buys. It's just they're doing all of the hard work and then losing to the easy rounds where it should be their advantage, where they've got the ultimates, where they've got all of the weapons in their favor, and they just can't manage to convert because Nova pulls something out the bag. And honestly, off the back of it, it has to be Swagzor. This player, so willing to throw their life on the line to give their team space and still getting kills for it as well.
He would be doing his job, and that aspect of he's still getting kills, he would be doing his job if he was just running in and dying. He genuinely would be. If that fast lane had happened and he swung through and did all of those exact same plays that he did, I mean, yes, okay, the kill on the Smoggy is absolutely massive. Of course, it does open up the site quite a large margin, but even if he doesn't get the kill, they still find out where Smoggy is, they still know where Chichu is. Nova can still retake off of that information, but Swagzor, he's doubling up. He can do both.
Get the kills and find the space. It's the best of both worlds, and that's what makes these top tier duelist players. But this is a little bit of a worry now. Guangji has to back away out of main, but it's a curveball to counter, and yet another one of these plays. They did this to you a couple rounds before, but it's never looked so good. Nova takes 4 out within the first 20 seconds of the round, and now Chichu, the only one left alive, walks forward into their demise, and Nova just looks so well prepped for anything EDG can offer.
The set plays, the trap plays are fantastic. I mean, yeah, we get to see it from
everyone's blind.
We get to see it from CB's perspective. Everyone just banging their head against the wall, trying to find that one corner of safety. A little bit of a dance from the coaching staff here as well. That was a timeout from EDG. And Snow, I hope you don't mind me speaking frank, but it was kind of dismantled.
More than that, it was decimated. Literally every player going down, but we have no time to consider that. It's a stun use, paranoia to counter. It's Kang with the clean movement, but they're being pushed from the flip side already. It's the defense attacking the attackers, and CB using the run it back to get themselves forward, and an absolute decimation of EDG in back-to-back rounds.
You highlighted earlier about the EMEA coaches saying, you know, what compositions, you know, might have an impact on which side you start on. I'm learning that if you just play attack, no matter what side you're on, you do real well. This was insane. Azir doesn't get the kill, but the distraction for every single remaining member of Nova to just run down A main, force the agenda, and that means nobody has to swing into market. Surely they're not holding B as well, and Guangji is certainly doing that. One more op shot potentially to echo out here. This time he's been pushed off. Can he hold it down? He at least gets the trade.
A 1-for-1, but we spoke about Duelists doing their job. Kang's done just that, got them access to the site, but they haven't managed to take a complete control. And how are Nova here already? They've just planted the spike, and Nova's already picking members off. And now Chi-Chu again, all alone. Spike being defused, you got no way to get in. And the second that EDG were on site, I feel like all of Nova instantly had them trapped. Have they got some profits on this team or something? Because they are reading the minds and predicting the future of EDG.
You really just have to give that. That's Guang gets all of that information on B main immediately. The rotates are instant, and Nova, they're playing as if they don't care about any potential flanks or lurks. And we've seen that from EDG. They've played those types of setups before. But whatever the reasoning is right now, they're not doing it here. No lurks from the chamber up, or no lurks up on mid from the Cypher, apologies, not from the chamber. No lurks from that. No sort of additional map presence or space. EDG are playing, and I think Nova have the number. EDG are playing stack on a site, and Nova are going, we will play that fight and we will retake. And, well, 8-4 half certainly says they do.
And I feel like that first meme cam, the Brimstone facepalm, is kind of what the EDG coaches are going to be feeling right now. That's everything that they tried to call just did not work. Nova was so fast-paced on that defense, and now you have to think, if they are that aggressive on defense, how are they going to be on attack, and what can EDG do to even stop it?
There is a lot of questions to be asked to stop this sort of aggression, this attack. Now, okay, you do have the Cypher trips. You do have the utility to kind of slow down the Neon. You do have plenty of stuff to, at the very least, lower the pace, because what EDG were struggling with there was the fact that a lot of the utility is a bit more predictable when you're going against it on attack. But when you're seeing those kind of trap plays, those set plays that we were seeing from Nova on the defense, they're much harder to predict. The timings are a lot less obvious, and Nova absolutely took advantage of that. We will see here if on the defense EDG does show off that, you know, the timing from Guang a little bit more obvious, the timing from CB a little bit easier, Swagzor getting shut down by like the null point from Jenny 7, the suppression. All of these aspects are to be considered here, and EDG, they did not manage to take they did manage to avoid the pistol round going completely horribly for them. We'll see if this one can go even better.
Dart for information early on just activates this Nova squad, but a great stun to slow them down. It's going to buy a little bit of time, but EDG a little bit slower than Nova were on the retates. They're opting to fight anyway, even without the numbers. Swagzor's found that opening pick. Nobody down as well. It's a shock dart trade as Jenny and Chi-Chu into the backside to take back control. But there is one player you do not want to battle, and that is Guang. It's now a 1 versus 1. Make it a 3K as Guang closing this round out for Nova and really cementing themselves as leaders of this game.
And you hit the nail on the head, Snow. EDG were there for the retake, but it just didn't look as smooth. Jenny 7 with a gorgeous flash and a double swing out of it here. Just some awkward timings for this roster, and then this was just, giving Guang 3 1v1s. Why is Jenny out that wide? And Smoggy, you're the one with the high HP. Why are you behind him? Or the low HP, sorry. Why are you behind Jenny? Why are you not the one that's at the forefront here? These are such small micro decisions, but they are so pivotal. And EDG now resorting to the rat plays just to try and force a round to go their way.
They know, they've read it. And there are already members ready and waiting. EDG trying to force some kind of trap, but with the weaker weaponry, there's just no way for them to find an advantageous fight. One pick back, but it was only onto the Ghost. No weapon to be gained there, and now decimated through mid. Nova, complete control of this game. Nobody is pretty much going to have to be happy with taking an orb, and their best chance now is hoping they can die to the spike.
Yeah, that is certainly a hope, but no longer a reality. You're going to have to die to Guang, and this is the thing. Guang's doing this lurk on attack. That was mid-control. Now, yes, it was with a Marshall. It was kind of with the you know, off of the bonus, so it is a bit more to be expected. But Guang already showing that delayed presence. Swagzor and CB are already up 5 miles away towards the A site, and this lurk from Nova, a flawless for them, are very close as well. The economy is going to be very, very clean for them, even if they lose this round. So EDG, basically anything short of a flawless, I'd say this is a scary round for them.
Yeah, the money situation is going to be rough, and especially with so few chances to make their way back into this game. Everybody needs to step up at this moment, and Chichu, a big task here. The team has kind of left them with defending site alone, but nobody will come to support, and Nova just backs away.
Playing the timer down as much as possible. Guang in his own little world in the dark cover with the teleport up with the rendezvous. Everyone else just sitting on towards mid. Nova have seen EDG get a little bit antsy already. We've seen that from the lurk box from the lurk on the box that CB has already gotten cleared. And now a complete slow walk up mid. Paranoia to push Jenny 7 off the angle here. This might be a really awkward position for EDG's defenders.
It is. They've got to defend from both sides, essentially. A crunch through to the middle. The question is, how good is the utility? Smoggy might have the timing to swing, though. Can find these players on the back end. The spike goes down. And now, yet again, it's just this solo chamber left alive. Do not let them isolate the 1v1s, but it does not matter. Kang says, I am the historic player. I will win these fights and get us around. And not quite a flawless, but 4 left alive is still a good result for EDG.
Good result, especially spike not planted. So that was the caveat. And I'm a little bit sad that we just didn't see Guang jump off that top angle as soon as the rest of Nova began their attack from the top of mid, because you just hear that drop. That might be just a little bit of the audio noise, just additional distraction that causes a pivot of 180. You know, looking at the wrong angle here. The knives, the KO knives are all being traded out. The utility here, 1 for 1. Kang trying to double it up, trying to triple it up. And that's exactly what he's going to do here. Jenny 7 supporting him here, dealt with and runs out of ammo. Kang overheats, and because of that will be punished. And an equalized 2-2 here, Snow, despite 30 seconds only just passing for the round.
We spoke about Kang being the historic player, needing to step up. Manages to do so. Does overheat a little bit, but it's still given their teammates a good position to be in. A 2 versus 1 retake now. Autumn left alone to defend this spike. Not planted for them. Has access to the molly, though, but as soon as they use it, the information is going to be given. And EDG very much taking their time. A player has been spotted. Molly going to be used as well. I'm predicting a double swing here. Just sticking it. Okay, does back away at the last second. Manages to get the half, but it's an easy convert for EDG. Off the back of Kang's big heroic play early on in the round.
Yeah, and we'll get to see it here. Smoggy being dealt with, and then a little bit of a mistake here. That is just too many members being committed. And Autumn, credit to him, he can't really swing in with the rest of his team. He has to keep an eye on that wall just in case Jenny did swing. And of course, he did end up being correct. But another aspect, right? Just how small one little piece of utility can completely take a player out of a team fight there. If Autumn was able to re-swing with the rest of his team, Kang probably only gets 2. But because his attention's taken away, because that utility's all here, we're already rushing it down Amy, and again, it is such a fast blow for blow here. Nova on the lower buys. They really want to force these close angles and play effective range.
Definitely in the correct position to be able to do that. Utilizing this information that they've gained of where these players are, but it's Kang again! Shutting down the attack, not giving a single care in the world as to what Nova wants to do. And if you offer this player 1 versus 1s, they are gonna take them and they are going to flourish.
It has to be said, we've seen 2 rounds. In the space of 2 rounds, suddenly the swings aren't as tight. They're not as coordinated. Whether it is just yeah, the nerves are coming through. It's difficult to say, but the coach from Nova, yeah, absolutely. The statement needs to be said, the sentiments to be aired. There was such a good start to this round, such a good start even to the second half, and it is just slowly falling away. And while it would be simple to say, oh, Kang's just turned on all of a sudden, I don't think it's as simple as just that.
No, it's definitely not. It's almost like you were saying in what EDG was doing for Guangxi earlier, where they were offering those 1 versus 1 fights, and that gave the opportunity to get those kills. We saw there the past 2 clips. Kang didn't do anything insane. He didn't headshot 2 people that were swinging him at the same time. He just won the 1v1s. And if they keep offering the 1v1s, it becomes so hard to actually gain that site. We need to see some more team cohesion from Nova, where they look to take these fights together and overwhelm these players.
Which is, if you told me you would say that as like a point of improvement 5 rounds ago, I would have been like, what do you mean? They're doing great. I would have looked at Nova, I would have been like, what do you mean that they need to improve their attack or they need to improve the team cohesion? It's all there. But it seems that maybe just, yeah, the defense working magic for both teams on this map just thus far. And Sunset has a habit of being I would say, the most volatile map that the entire game has seen. We've seen teams just, not consistently, of course, but frequent occurrence enough of, like, you know, the 2 and 10s, the 111s that then get recovered, that then get supported, and that's an excellent opening frag from CB for Nova to prevent EDG doing exactly that.
It's Kang again. Just stop going to this player's site. Kang's on a tear, wanting more, and finally we see a double swing shutting that player down, and it's given Nova a little bit of space, but the losses that they have taken in this site take is so devastating to their potential attack. And now Guangxi trying to make something work, trying to isolate these fights. But nobody anchoring down towards the site, just waiting for Chichu to back them up. A 2 versus 1 now. Shock darts used as well to try chip away at this player. But it's an easy conversion and a 4K. And just like that, EDG fully in the driver's seat. Nova not really able to find anything on their attack, on their attack half.
No, not really. It looked like it could start off quite cleanly for them. I think those opening 2 rounds were very, very solid, but EDG, whether it's a wing, a prayer, or it is just sheer dogged determination, either way, 2 rounds suddenly, the difference maker to catch up onto Nova. Operators in full swing and a lower buy for Nova. They have made their ultimates work to basically force out the Thrifty, make sure the economy is nowhere near as bad as it looks. But EDG now look primed, now look warmed up, and more importantly, Snow, they look ready for Nova's attack.
And Nova in probably the worst situation we've seen them in so far. Just Sheriffs on the board. Nothing else really to work with. A couple of ultimates that they could maybe play through. With this operator posted up in mid, giving them all the information that they need as to where these players are. It's just an easy pick-off for nobody. And now your entry's gone. You've only got CB, who's just got their little legs and their W key to try and make it work.
Sometimes all you need is that W key and potentially 1 open shot. I believe that range is about 28 meters, so Kang actually gets 1 tapped headshot with a Sheriff, but Autumn is not holding his Sheriff, he's holding a flash. Everyone's holding their flashes, and EDG are just getting the timing from the swings absolutely perfectly. Not a single member of Nova there able to really take a gunfight. They had no guns in their hands. Nice wee quick scope from Guang, TP to get out. Excellent follow-up on the Smoggy toward a Force Online spike in a no man's land though, and a high-low here. It would need to be a collat, and then a 20-second rush towards the spike. An impossible feat made completely unharmonic.
I felt like I was in the Matrix then. I was starting to believe after those first 2 kills, and when that up peeked around the corner, I thought maybe, but it was not meant to be so. And I feel like, at least from me watching, I think the reason we're not seeing that cohesion is Nova's plans are getting cut out early. EDG's always finding this opening pick, which kind of negates what they're trying to do.
and it's very, like, literally going off of that. The difference is Nova were relying kind of on Swagzor.
There we go
He's there and he's gone. He's there and he's gone. Nova are relying on Swagzor to get the opening, whereas EDG, whenever they were on the attack, they were kind of relying on the whole team getting the opening. But the same things are happening regardless here, and oh my days, they're still just holding it. It's still over. I believed that at least there would be a bit of a disengaged Snow, but I was wrong.
And I think it's honestly, it's just coming down to that. These opening rounds are not going Nova's way. They're not getting to set themselves up for that side take, for that set play. The things that we're working on defense is that they got to control the momentum. But EDG now getting all these opening picks, and it feels like as soon as that opening pick comes through, Nova's like, oh, screw it, we'll run the plan anyway. And they just sprint into EDG.
It's an awkward timing, and now Nova having to double up back to back on their timeouts here. EDG very, very nicely done, dealing with this perfectly. And yeah, Nova were kind of shutting down EDG's executes when Nova were on the defense, but they were full team-based executes. Meanwhile, Nova are trying to do the executes basically off of the Neon alone. Off of that kind of execute, hoping that those frags will come through. And Kang, he's just came alive. The operator echoes out, rings true, and keeps finding its mark here. And EDG, they are all poised for, I believe, not a single round. No, sorry, other than the pistol round and then the follow-up, not a single round lost on the defensive side as soon as guns were in play.
I would love to see Nova make better use of Guanji. You spoke about those lurks. The round that they won on that pistol was off of that Guanji lurk finding a pick. Pressure one side of the map, let Guanji cook a little bit and see if they can find that pick, because they are having a great performance right now. And I feel like you need to give them the opportunity to do more for this Nova team.
Guang or Swagzor here, if either of them are in a decent position, then we would love to see them basically capitalize off of it, and EDG might find themselves struggling. Even just a minor caveat, the KO knife getting all of its value. Love CB there, going for the tap on the orb, seeing if he can force anyone out. Does have the support from Autumn, of course. The recon darts now being bled through, and I do like this patient kind of setup. Kang cannot land the shot, is allowed to get away with his life. Could have been an absolutely tragic scene of events, but market's open.
Market is open and there's players creeping through. Smoggy has no idea. How? I can understand Kang, but that kill, the lack of it, illegal at that point. But Nova given a break. Kang wants to be the hero again, and Kang always converts. It's now Nova that are caught in the chaos of their own making, and their own demise is ever looming closer. But Swagzor still alive, and now the Sentinels battle it out. The information on the side of Chichu, they're gonna know exactly where Guang is. Sees the barrel, waiting for the peak, and neither player wants to be the first to make the move. But Guang has to. Spot it out, make a move. Chichu just that little bit better. Oh my gosh, Dante. What are we watching at this point? Absolute chaos being created by Nova.
It looked so solid, that shot, and then just back and forth, just shenanigans all around. Swagzor getting this kill, and another aspect, the spike was stuck in B main. Chichu's position was known. There was an angle there where Swagzor just pivots away, goes to market, waits for Guang, and then a double swing just to try and fight for the spike. But instead, again, just overstaying his welcome, I want to say, per Swagzor, not able to get the double kill, and EDG now on the round advantage here, 11 and 10, and Nova, they don't really seem to be trying to change up their strats. Granted, it almost worked, so we'll see if maybe the second time's the charm.
They have tried to do a little bit of a fake here to try give themselves some mid pressure. We saw early on in this half a lot of mid presence came through, and shifting towards that again, but is it too slow? Have EDG started to sniff it out now?
You would hope. But so far, yes, based on the fact that everyone is there, yes, they have. But it is a little bit of a fake. It is mostly just to give that little bit of presence. Dark cover now online. but Guang hasn't gotten any space up here on the A site, and neither has Autumn. And this is going to be a problem for Nova. Like, the B site in the mid, yes, plenty of presence, but where the spike is going to end up, you know nothing about that site.
There's still 2 players anchoring on site here. It's not the weakest hold for them. And those 2 players being Kang and Smoggy. 2 players that you don't want to fight into. Kang's found the one, and it's a peek from Chichu on the back end. And the momentum completely shifting. This is what Nova were doing to EDG, and now EDG making them look a bit silly in some of these rounds.
Kang, to be fair, Kang's op shots have been pretty spicy. I mean, some of these flicks have been absolutely filthy, and, you know, it did take a second for him to warm up. But you best believe that when he does, absolutely stunning work. I mean, that's not the hardest shot in the world, but still, the nerves can get to you. Anything could happen, and now Nova stuck on an awkward buy. Autumn, Autumn not able to get a gun. Swagzor running away with a Bulldog despite having the overdrive in his hands, and he might die with it. Very close shot.
Nova finally getting some space, finally fighting together. But still, they have so much more work to do, and Guang, the player I said they needed to give more opportunities for, might just be the reason they win this round. Shock darts used by nobody to try slow it down, and the health pools are so low on everybody. Single bullets would be enough to kill any player in the server right now, as nobody creeps through the smoke. Dart available to get a little bit of information. It's instantly shot, and nobody potentially contemplating a save. Not quite ready to commit just yet, as they know they are walking into a trap. But step by step as they go onto this site, they loom ever closer towards a round win. But no, it is Nova cleaning it up. One more chance for EDG to close this one out, or Dante, we might just be heading to overtime.
Oh, indeed, we may be, Snow. That's just really nice shooting here from Guang. Indeed, the single site opener that comes out from him in EDG. Now, yes, been forced onto the last timeout. They're guaranteed an overtime, but they would want this map to end right here and right now. If they are able to work out Nova's attack one last time, the ultimates, I believe, are looking fairly solid for ADG. The overdrive and such had to be popped by Nova, so a bit less for them to break on the site, and that might be what actually breaks that camel's back for Nova.
EDG, I don't know what went wrong specifically that round, but Nova, if they can find an opportunity to create that chaos again and swing off of each other, I feel like that's what the difference maker was for Nova. We saw everybody aligned on the same goal. They said, let's just go to site together and try to take these fights at the same time and hope that we win with the numbers advantage.
And you don't ever really want your game plan to involve the word hope. You don't want your game plan to involve the... If your game plan involves the word hope or pray or assume, then usually there is a bit of a concern here. And looking at the ult economy now as we get back into it, yeah, Nova, not really anything to work with here. Autumn could get the ult orb on towards B and then use the null command. I believe that is going to be the case. And Jenny7 has one of his own here, so Kang's overdrive might be able to find a little bit more value. I genuinely believe, Snow, whether we go to overtime or whether this map goes to EDG, is based solely on what happens in the top right of our screen after Kang fires his first shot.
If we see a kill there, that is Nova. They've looked so weak when they lose to that opening pick. And very smart from Chichu to play off site here. Not going to be caught by that null command. So the trip's still active, utility still available, but now opting to try maybe fight towards mid. So the utility is down. They're getting pinched through market. So many players from Nova. What? How do they find that kill? But it's a 1-for-1 trade as Nova can go back towards the site.
Oh, and EDG so respected that. At the backside of B completely empty. Everyone facing in towards market. And that allowed, you know, 3 players of Nova were coming through main, just able to walk in. And yeah, okay, the Seer might be dealt with here, but the space has been gathered. Beautiful shot. The timing could be everything. Chichu gonna have to deal with a massive fast Swags, or not able to do it. And the retake coming through. CB finds the timing as well. 2 for 2. 1 curveball used. Spike tap, not stuck. And the fights are coming through. CB triples it up, runs it back as well. He pulls out the classic just to make it simple. And we do go to OT here, Snow.
And I thought for a second there we were going to see another stick just in the face of the defenders. We're not quite there, not quite going to be what wins us the game. Instead, it is that overtime. And the question is, have Nova shown all the cards? Having to go back against a defense during overtime. EDG's seen these fast plays. They've seen these set plays. And are they going to remember it? And better yet, are they going to be ready for it?
Has to be seen. It's quite some time ago that Nova were on the defense. So we'll see if they're... quite some time since they were on the defense. So we will see if they can at least get a round on it. 2 rounds back to back just at the end. There is at least something for them. Now, will they be able to keep that momentum here? Because if EDG's attacks were dealt with the last 2 times by Nova, they only really need to deal with it a 3rd time here. And Swagzor on the off angle just to steal a kill. He does exactly that. It's just the decider of these Neons. Whoever gets the first frag opens up the site.
It's just a maze on site right now. Wall on wall on wall. Nobody knows where anybody is. But all we know is that EDG are down in numbers right now. Nobody gets a nice pick back just to give them a little bit of space, a little bit of pressure. But all 4 members are starting to hover towards this B site, and EDG are cutting noise. But if they decide to head back here, it would be in to an absolute crossfire that might just decimate them. So very luckily heading back towards A.
We will see if they keep up with it. Nova were not too antsy on their defense. They weren't really kind of going for any ridiculous swings or trying to kind of force their presence on a site after the initial engagements, of course. That is the big asterisk to that statement. So not really expecting them to push through. And based on the just repositioning here, even from CB, just looking on towards mid and making sure that that somehow the trademark hasn't been dealt with, just with like an errant dark cover or something. The market door is about to be broken here, but 17 seconds and counting for EDG. Both players trapped on market. The spike needs to actually move out, and that kill alone here, Snow, short of a miracle, could be the end.
No time to work with, has to stick the plan. It is going to be a retake of 4 versus 2. An opportunity here, but Chichu would have to be the hero. Manages to find 2, but just can't get back into the safety of the smoke. And EDG shut down there in that first round, but we've seen that both these teams very proficient on defense. I feel like this is just going to come down to who can win their attack round first.
Yeah, indeed. Definitely. Definitely an inkling of that sort of play style here. But I'm giving it mainly just looking at them. Nova do seem that little bit locked in. Yes, of course, 8 rounds back to back for EDG is nothing to scoff at, nor is it an unimportant stat. But right now, you really look Guang on that 24th, Swagzor on 23, CB even starting to equalize as well. And Autumn, yes, okay, 1 good round from him could seal the deal, even if it's not frags, even if it's just kills. But Swagzor the first to fall, and we know how that usually goes now.
Yeah, this means a pause from Nova and potentially just sending it onto site anyway, but EDG, they've read the play. They're sending everybody over towards this A site. Chichu all alone on the other side of the map. And they don't need anybody else here. It's Kang waiting on this op, and once again, this player finding kills when their team needs it to just give EDG these advantages.
Absolutely, and that's literally the 2 players that I talk about in order. Yep. Guang and Swagzor have been dealt with by EDG. So a very, very comfortable round for them now here. Very much theirs to lose. Dark cover's going to get popped. Cypher Trip as well. Shrouded Step just to get him through a little bit of space. And the full rotate from EDG, showing that they are aware that there's not really any lurks from them, but it does still mean there's an empty site. And yes, 5 versus 3 retake, you are heavily favored to win it. But we have seen these retakes go both incredibly cleanly and incredibly scrappily.
That aggressive play opens a bit of space. It makes What?
Never mind.
Smoggy? What? Okay, just through the smoke. Plant does go down now, and run it back is available. That could be the difference maker, but it's a 1 versus 3. CB has to find a kill during this ultimate. If they don't, it becomes so much more difficult to play. But EDG are just going to wait it out. They hear the sound now, they hear the trigger, they know exactly where CB is, knows that it's backside, Chi-Chu ready and waiting, a 1 versus 1 there, the curveball going to be used, wall as well, but nobody's sticking, CB has to push the pace, and it's a double swing that keeps EDG in this game. Team play is on point right now for this squad.
Yeah, it really is. No over-aggression there, aside from Can getting a little bit overzealous, but hey, Smoggy was able to trade it out just like that. It was absolutely incredible crosshair placement from him, and yeah, the retake very clean. Love the pop of the run it back just to try and kill some time, but EDG, they stand firm, they stand incredibly strong, and they deciding for the timeout here in overtime. We're probably going to be seeing most of these get used, especially again, the last group fight for both of these teams.
And Dante, I hope you didn't have any plans for later, because it's, with how these rounds have been going, we might be here a little while for this map 1.
Well, if anyone wants a quick peek behind my curtain, at least, I did a cast yesterday. I managed to get a Lotus game of 42 rounds in total just for that single map. So, if anything, I'm going to completely poison my own well. EDG and Nova, can you top it? We'll see.
Yeah, we might be here for a while if that's the case, but interesting statistic to bring out. Jenny now broken the assist record for this region in a single map, and in part that is going to be due to KO. You get 3 assists when you scan people with the knife, but still some excellent utility usage from this player to set their team up.
Yeah, it's been absolutely stunning work from this squad. One more time here to really get the capacity going here, to really get the momentum shifted in one way very confidently. Guang on for the operator versus Kang, who has been so solid in both of these players, honestly, actually, have been so solid with this gun and getting very pivotal frags indeed. And EDG looking a little bit different to how Nova were playing their attack. 4 players committed to the A side, or committed to the mid side. A completely left Baron, and a single lurk from nobody here on towards the B side. Gonna reconverge with the team. This off shot gonna echo out, and Guan gets out for free.
The power of Chamber is able to get to complete safety off the back of that pick. Not as much risk as that Neon, but nobody now can't find the timing. CB shuts this one down, and while EDG has got the site, there are defenders all around them, surrounding them slowly, keeping them contained within this site. They're trying to push forward, trying to find space, but Azir doesn't let them do that. And as Chi-Chu has managed to clear out towards main, they have to go aggressive here, and they have to win these fights. Has managed to do 1, but now Chi-Chu has even more fights to win, even more players to kill. Cam going to be used to get the information. But it is Guang starting the round with the kill and finishing the round with a kill. And it's the player that you highlighted, keeping Nova in this lead.
Absolutely stunning stuff from him here. Really like the lurk from nobody, just not got the great timing. And just a quick highlight, both of these teams have now tried this push. The pivot, the mid push, and then pivot to A, and have like the 1 lurk on towards A main. And both teams have struggled with it on the attack. They just find themselves getting crunched apart. It's a very awkward angle unless you basically get A main cleared and ready for you under your control once that post plant starts up. So now Guang, operator in hand again on attack this time, and an operator in hand for Kang. Same story, different round. The shot for this gun could be everything. Nova trying to sell the fast push onto the B site, and EDG, at least for the moment, not fully sold by this presence being made.
Nova trying to play for this pick. The attack op isn't something we had seen from them before outside of that ultimate from Guang. But now just with it in play, maybe hoping that can isolate some kind of fight, get some kind of pick and open up the round for Nova. But it's Swagsaw taking out Kang. The two players that we were talking about beforehand go toe to toe, and it's Swagsaw that wins out. But Chichu in an anchor position can't get anything done. EDG here to support now, but Nova is just that bit better on the team play, and it is nobody. The last hope for EDG to save this map, to keep them in the game.
Their own map pick as well, Snow, so it's an important one, and it has been a hard-fought battle either way, but every second that spike ticks down, it makes it so much more likely that it is gonna go the way of Nova here. 3 1v1s needed to be taken. At least one is isolated in the form of Azir, but this recon dart now being burnt to try and get that information. It's not even going to. Azir, just a perfect swing, a perfect clear, and a confident last round to bring Nova victory on the 3rd OT.
And it's the mid split that comes through, but the fact that Kang for once didn't get that opening kill on the op, the difference maker for EDG. As soon as Kang was the first to go down, the defense was almost broken completely open. I mean, it's such a good shot from Swagsaw, and it's those hero moments that can make or break a game. And right when this team needed them to step up, Swagsaw managing to convert and push them through into a map win.
And that is exactly what they were. We'll get to look at the highlights here. Some really nice starts from EDG, and then we're going to get to see basically a full hype train. This started with an ace from nobody. Like, that's wild. I completely forgot that nobody got that ace but could not convert the round off the back of it. And I think that's, we started to see that come through as the game progressed, where it became less individual, more and more team focused as the teams warmed up. And Snow, you've already kind of hit the nail on the head, but at the end of the day, Nova just looked that little bit cleaner, that little bit quicker.
Yeah, and it's when it comes to overtime, I feel like it's who can step up. You're waiting for one player to have that one round that just breaks the constant back and forth. And in that final round, we saw how effective Kang had been on the op previously. And I mean, you even see some of these clips here, how good they were at just locking down sites. But Swagsaw taking them out instantly, it just put EDG in a rough position, and they didn't know how to handle it.
It seems like I think that's the actual, probably the aspect to look on most is Nova had Guang and the Neon, whereas it felt like EDG maybe just had Kang for them here. And again, phenomenal work, but Swagsaw and Guang are a very deadly duo, and when you take down one, having to still worry about the other, who both were seeming so locked in, both seemed so knowledgeable about the set plays, about how they wanted to set each other up, that it just became too much of a mountain to climb, and we'll get to hear exactly how high that mountain is from the comms.
Go behind. Come. No need. Cancel. Go just go city. Come city. Yeah. I have one flash. Get me close. I'm going. Let's city. Q market. Q market. I flash market. Go. Backside. market 打头。两个 market。Close market。Armor。直接击爆他打不到你，他得掰出来。Nice! Hello! Let's go! Come on! Nice! Let's go, CB! Let's go, baby! 我点火了，有一面，担心，啊，担心吗 ？short， A 打一个，慢，他跳烟，Nice! Come on, let's go!
And welcome back. It was nice to listen to those comms and kind of have a bit of an insight as to how these teams like to operate. And Nova, the standout for me was kind of how calm they were in these super tense moments, not really over shouting each other, just keeping it efficient, keeping it clear. I mean, in that first opening round we saw, they were literally just saying, defuse it, he can't hit you, stay calm, don't worry, you don't need to peek.
And then he did. And then the ace meant nothing. And then the ace meant nothing. And we get to look at the highlights. I mean, yeah, Guang, it was a toss-up between him and Swagzor, to be honest. And I would not be surprised if Swagzor's first bloods are quite skewed in a very positive way for the team. Who knows? Maybe could be wrong. Kang did certainly get some of his own, or fair share of his own, on that second half. But the shots were all clean. Even just that swing out from the op right at the end was very, very beautiful. And yeah, Swagzor 3 kills behind. But actually, Guang being outperformed by Chichu, and you do have to give Chichu his flowers.
Yeah, I was going to say Chichu was kind of almost the silent assassin in this game, was consistently able to get 1 or 2 kills, but didn't really have those same explosive moments that Kang had. I feel like that's the difference, is Chichu was always the cleanup guy, where it would get 1 or 2 kills on their site and then maybe die, and consistently able to do that. But Kang, the rounds that they won, it would always be a big 3K or a big pick that just opened the round up for them.
Yeah, I mean, 17 to 11 first kills, I think really does just kind of say it's not the worst disparity we've seen, but it is definitely a kind of strong one. And here we go to get to look at the hexagon here from Chichu. Very, very solid stuff, just outperforming on every metric that he can. Just unfortunate for EDG that it wasn't enough at the end. It was a very close series. I mean, 15 and 13 is probably as close to a set that you get that goes, of course, out of regulation, that you just look at and go, both teams were solid. Both teams knew exactly the game plan.
You have to think maybe part of... So Chichu had a great performance, and maybe part of EDG's struggle was the fact that Chichu was often alone and left as kind of the lurk. And maybe it was that miscoordination of when Chichu activates that lurk, when the team goes into sight. Because I feel like quite often we saw the team would go into sight, all of them would die, and then Chichu would essentially get 2 or 3 consolation kills in like a 1 versus 4.
And that's the thing. Consolation kills look great for the stats, but they do not get you to champs. They do not get you to masters. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to just cut to a very, very short break. When we are back, the teams are going to be jumping into map number 2. That is Lotus and Nova's map pick. Snow, you unfortunately will be leaving me, and there will be a fresher face joining me, but has been an absolute pleasure. And ladies and gentlemen, we will see you in just a moment for map number 2.
You know
and welcoming you back. We're not going to waste any time, but the wonderful Zach is joining me up here at the top of the desk. How are you doing, Queen, just before we get into the swing of things?
I'm doing pretty good, and I'm excited to be here. You know, like you mentioned, it's a very hype game, and already I was watching you guys do that map number 1.
I believe the mic has gone, so I'm just going to have to jump over just for a second. Apologies, but we got to see the nice, very solid first map, 15-13, Nova and EDG. Now moving on to Lotus. Nova's map pick has already... is now coming up. EDG's has already been won, and I'm already starting to see raises and such come through, so very, very exciting to see how the executes are going to be, well, executed going into map 2.
100%. Yeah, I mean, last map was definitely an execution, at least once you figured out how to go for the attacking side. So that was a little bit of a question mark, but I feel like apart from that, once they figured it out, it was a very good ending in OT, and that was EDG's map as well, so already had a bit of an advantage or Nova here. And personally, I mean, at least for CV, it felt like this is a little bit of a grudge match, I must say. You know, especially after joining another team, so being able to get one up already, if you're a Nova fan at this point, especially seeing that they're already 3-0 in the group, this might be their chance to make it international.
Could indeed be, and CB would really love to be able to say that, yes, whenever he leaves that team, he can soar to greater heights. Nova's already soaring to greater heights, though, already rushing to meet EDG on the backside here of A.
Yo, but Chichu and Genie strike back here, 2 kills. Genie very low, could very well be a trade, but Swagzer having a lot of work to do here as that door opens. The pixel angle, trying to find the timing, but not quite able to connect the shot. As you see Genie jumping into side, perfect distraction for Kong here. At least the flanker able to find 1 kill, pick up a little bit of an upgrade in the Ghost, but it is still a 2v3 at the end of it. And Kong in a nasty little position. They're gonna have to hard clear this, and it's a question of timing on the swing. CB take it out, put the wall bang, and the last player incredibly low. The nade is gonna be the one to find the kill, and a 3k for Kong will give EDG the pistol.
Yeah, it's just a really solid paint shells, really solid repositioning there, and EDG a solid read on Nova's aggression. They did try and play this very kind of meet them in their spawn sort of defense all the way back in Sunset, and they don't seem to be pulling the brakes on that just yet, but as we can see, doesn't fully work out from there. Nice little 3k for Kong. Was already doing such good work for his team on Sunset. Wasn't just enough to eke them out over the edge, but a buy up to the Vandal to force his agenda as much as possible. It's a full run towards the A site from them.
Yeah, a bit of a stack towards B as well, trying to catch out the lurk possibly, but so far at least it's very slow coming in from Chichu, while the rest of EDG once again charges into A. It's gonna find it completely empty despite these smokes coming down, and yeah, that's gonna give them enough space to start cover to cross over into side, clears out pit with the paint shells, and gives them full side control as nobody gets the spike down.
Nice swing from Jenny, able to get one. Now just the stack up here. Can Nova get the retakes that look so solid on Sunset?
And the peak from Kong, that's 2, getting even closer to the showstopper, the bandit as well. Chichu stealing away Viper's life. It's just gonna be up to CB, left against his old teammates in a 1v5. Not much damage done. The ideal outcome here would maybe to get a kill, or at least die to the spike and not give EDG any kind of additional bit of damage. But ooh, the headshots come through. It's just a smidge short. Both players surviving with single-digit HPs, and yeah, it's a flawless round there for EDG.
Just a good read on the A site commit. An attempted risky play from EDG. Hopefully calling out that the B site would be the form of ingress, because usually the buy-ups are your Spectres, your Marshals, your Stingers and such. So the fact that we've seen kind of Kong pull out just the Vandal, and then everyone else kind of stay on the lower weaponry, EDG just decide, yeah, we've got the gun to take the long advantage on the way all towards stairs from rubble, and then we've got the shorter guns to take those closer and more effective ranges for the SMGs and such. Now a pivot on towards the C site, and EDG do not seem to have any doubts about their pushes here. The Viper Orb to go up, but it's not going to stop them for long.
Yeah, they're playing with conviction, I gotta say. The Fade Util at least does buy them a little bit of time, but no real damage done off the back of the spam. In fact, it's Chichu with the deterrent. And the spam from Swagzor, though, to get a double kill onto EDG. The spike has not been put down yet as well, so that's going to make things even more rough as Nova already ready for the flood retake the moment they hear the sound coming. And once again, Guanji as well with that Phantom finding additional damage and a frag. It's just going to be up to nobody. Gets the first. Knows there at least one more spotted out the raise, but the CT push, nobody seems to be watching it right now, and CB is going to be the one to find that kill. The support coming out strong here as Nova get the first.
Yeah, massive retake there. And I mean, I have to say, EDG on this site for so long with a lot of different scalability, a lot of different angles to actually push up, and yet no spike to be planted. And this is the thing, it's, yes, okay, you want to be able to take those spikes. That's exactly why these spike does not get planted. A beautiful paint shell from Swagzor is able just to get all of that momentum back through. And it really has just been these two opener duelists here from the side of Nova and EDG. But they meet up in the middle. They literally smooch in the open.
Oh my god, that haunt was just pure gold off the back of that spam. It's a double kill found, but that was just such a well-coordinated push, really. Like you mentioned, round went by in a flash there, but yeah, the Omen utility combined with the raise nades for the deterrence and just the fact that they're able to isolate these fights, catching Genie as well as he tries to make his way in. Very nicely played, the double satchel along with the TPs from the Omen, just cleaning house there. And Nova, they shut down the full buy round for EDG.
Yeah, stun and stuff. The best defense is a good offense. Nova have been teaching us that time and time again. Swagzor again, the first kill on the Gianni, and we didn't really get to talk about the agent compositions very much. We did just get right into the swing of things, but nothing too major of a surprise here though. Gianni going off of the left support angle. A collapse from Swagzor. 2 bullets fired, and yes, 2 kills. Not the way you would expect. And Kang to fall as well. Nova looking so clean on these setup defenses all of a sudden.
100%, of course, like you mentioned, the Outlaw really coming in strong there. But more than that, I gotta say, like you mentioned, the teamwork here, you know, knowing that EDG is a team that likes to put pressure on A main when it comes to Lotus in the initial phases of these rounds, just so responsive once these full buy rounds kick in. Previous round was EDG's eco. They've got some ults to work with, in particular that Showstopper and that Neural Theft. A couple away from the Nightfall and the Overdrive as well, so this could very well be a very aggressive attack. And like you mentioned, the team composition, EDG starting off on attack does have the right comp for attack. But yeah, this defense from Nova just getting dismantled by that first kill. Of course, Showstopper there to trade Kong through the smoke, trying to find the kills, and it's just EDG winning out with numbers. Gianni finding every single trade necessary, bringing it down to a 1v2.
The ults have been expanded. Kang really trying to force it out here. The Swagzor also using his Showstopper though, not getting, or getting at least that 1 kill. So that is going to be a big deal here. CB totally can be in a position here to make life work. We're on the double controller Sentinel setup, by the way. CB now jumping off of the Phoenix that he's been so well known for. And going for this Killjoy, much more defensive level play. He opens the door. He is going to be met with a 1 versus 2 here, but if he can isolate the fights, he's done the hard one. But Chi-Chu stays strong and firm, not going to give that away. And another blow for blow beginning to a map.
I can almost hear the comms. Someone saying, he's low, and then, you know, the delayed swing, but really well played there by Chi-Chu towards the end of it. Of course, this time around, EDG, they were ready for the counter attack, and I think Gianni in particular being able to take his timing this time around and not just get stuck while sliding really helped. I think that additional bit of satcheling from Kong as well, playing the distraction as Gianni swoops in and decides to get that triple entry. Exactly what you need. Now the Overdrive in play, 1 away from the Fade ultimate as well. EDG continue to pressure this A side, and once again the response is going to be there. Swagzor getting taken out by the Fade utility, giving EDG that advantage. Quick trades to come through, but easier not locking himself in that position. Does get once again traded. Chi-Chu on the lurk as well. This time around shuts down CB, and it's just going to be one Nova player versus the world. A 1v3. The Paranoia misses, but Gianni doesn't, and another double kill here for the Neon to get EDG another round.
This battle for the front of A, before you even get onto the site, is do or die. There's been a lot of kind of cheeky setup play. We'll get to see Azir here from the side of Nova, consistently getting around that rubble angle, consistently getting a kill or two, but GNE7 just that little bit more locked in, gets the focus, believes that there might be that Omen in the backline, and we see the first timeout come through from Nova. It's not a necessary timeout just yet, but again, you do not want EDG, especially a team like EDG, to get the momentum and then stick to it.
More than that, I mean, it's not just a question of momentum, but also seeing their composition and how it's kind of geared towards an attacking side, right? You want to be sure that you don't let them get too many rounds in a row, because it's very hard to come back on Lotus unless, of course, you can start the snowball, and you want to make sure that Nova have themselves a bit of a runway. Yes, teams have done it from 10-2 before, or even 11-1 if I remember correctly, but yeah, you want to make sure that you have at least a little bit of space left to snowball. For example, you want to make sure you win the next pistol. EDG, though, finally having recovered, I think, being able to, like you mentioned, fight for that main space towards pillar and everything. I think that also just EDG being able to take that for free. I feel like the Viper wall at this point is a little bit helpful. If you can't immediately take the front space, you want to be sure that it doesn't block the line of sight. We haven't really seen an operator come out either in Nova, just towards the tail end of their economy. Next round, it's going to be difficult to have a buy if they lose this.
Yeah, indeed, and both teams were quite heavily reliant on those operators for kind of the opening picks. Kangkang and Guang were both very much instrumental on those op fights and on those op picks. Complete quick setup on towards the mound for the Novus team, just to deny the alt orb. Not going to be too impactful here for the attackers, but if CB can actually reposition here or go for the A site orb, that's going to be a bit of a riskier endeavor. He could go for the lockdown. Instead, it's just reliant on the frags. Chichu gets B completely for free, so now this is going to have to be an extra angle Nova worry about when dealing with this A site execute.
Yeah, they do have the Killjoy utility, so it's a little bit of a saving grace. But yeah, like you mentioned, Chichu's lurk just looking so dangerous. Guang getting that kill, though. It's going to be huge, but Chichu just gets shut down. CB now having to play anchor, but the trades are perfect and nobody. The double kill there for the 3K. That might just win EDG this round. The Omen now in a 1v2 situation on the flank. Position might not be known, but the problem is the tendency of EDG in this close plant. Always love to play this 2v1 together as a team in cave. This time around, though, will the paranoia connect? Yes, it does, but Smoggy, he's up close and he's in Omen's face. Omen diff right there as EDG continue their winning ways.
Yeah, just a little bit close and personal on the angle there, and it is the counter to paranoia, is just burying your face in your opponent's face and seeing who walks away the victor. That flick from nobody, that 180 is sheer mechanical masterclass. A name that did not reach the insane heights on the previous map of names like Kangkang and Chichu, but definitely finding more of a comfortable spot here on Lotus thus far. Another big util dump on towards the A site. The door even for Tree being opened up. The A orb gonna get stolen away, and EDG seemingly off the back of that, respecting it, and off the previous round how easy it was to get onto the B site. They're gonna try maybe do it again off the back of the Boombot instead. Cross using the Viper's wall and decide whether it ends up being C or the B site here. Still 70 seconds to play with, so not needing to commit to any single decision right now.
Yeah, there's time for sure, although it's starting to wind down and it does look like C is going to be the port of call. Thing is, you got to make sure that CB stays alive here. He's got the lockdown. That's almost a guaranteed retake condition if they do decide to execute. And it seems like they are. The Haunt doesn't exactly strike CB. He's still looking to find a kill. Spots out Kangkang with the spam. It's going to connect and actually shut him down. Here comes the Neon ult. Though they expect it along with the paranoia. They are pushing forward to deny that lockdown space. Swags are still able to get that kill. Gets a second as well with the satchel disruption. And suddenly, it's going to be nobody, the last one to try and find these frags. But is able to take care of it all and strike back with a round of their own. EDG for the lockdown, but not that second flood retake wave coming in from Waterfall.
But yeah, the paranoia set up there just to make sure that CB doesn't get a free kill was nice, but Swagzor here with the satchels 1 and 2. And you actually see there, Autumn doesn't Chichu isn't impacted by the Nightfall. Autumn swings off of the visual noise, that distraction from the Nightfall rather than the HP reduction, and still takes the fight, still gets the win. And Nova now answering back here. EDG not able to run away with it entirely. 3 rounds on the trot is not their it that they got all the way back in Sunset. So Nova being able to stem the bleeding. A fast commit onto the A site for EDG, and the opening frags going their way.
Yeah, like you mentioned, things definitely working out for them there. But yeah, I mean, the question is how much more can you really do here? It is Chichu though to find one, immediately gonna be traded back. They have caught in Heaven space as well. Numbers still in favor of EDG right now. Spike though, it's ticking, and Nova, they have to feel that pressure of time right now. Of course, we've seen this raise be so impactful before. Can Swag do it one more time? Is gonna be the question. The angle of elevation found the kill taken, but Smoggy immediately there for the trade. And now a 2v3. How much more can you really find? Smoggy might be low HP, but it's enough for him to get one more kill, and Kong makes his enemies pay in blood for that kill. EDG, 2 players left alive, get another round, and they have pretty much starting to guarantee themselves, if not a lead, at least an even half.
Yes, indeed, the even half. Well, it would not be the most comfortable for them, but it would be more comfortable than what Sunset was. And I do have to say to Nova now, every round the EDG get as confidently as they do brings us one more round likelihood towards split, and I don't fancy Nova's chances on split as much as EDG's. EDG has shown that map before, has shown that they have the full confidence on it, and I mean, Nova didn't want to ban it, so clearly there is at least some level of confidence in the ability to play it, but we have seen a lot more of EDG play this map. They know that they are comfortable on it, and again, every round here, even with the bandit, CB just gets an errant kill here, doesn't get it, but that's a chunk of damage done to nobody.
Kong and JD though, towards backside, able to do a lot. Nobody finally goes down to a nanoswarm of all things, but Kong still being a menace on the site, playing up close and personal. Smoggy there for the refrag, and now yeah, JD cleaning house, gets EDG the lead, guaranteed 7 rounds now for this squad. And remember, if EDG win today, they're going to be locking themselves into a champs qualification. They might not have had the best start to the group, but at least they can make sure they'll be there for a champs at, you know, repeating what they did in 2004.
Yeah, exactly. You have to, every single gunfight here now. 2024, everyone.
I realized what I said.
It's all good. If EDG were playing 22 years ago, though, I really think that Nova should understand EDG's game plan a little bit more. You've had 24 years, or 22 years, apologies, of practice here, but 22 years of practice. Swagzor doesn't really need all those years of practice. He's good with the op, he's better with the showstopper. A quick double kill, and Nova, at the very least, likely on for their 5th here.
What a double kill as well, especially when you consider that Kong had that showstopper. Could have been a win condition, if not like a side opening util piece. Azir catching Genie as well. Swagzor, 3 on the round now, just in the right place at the right time. Chichu, brilliant, but a 1v5 might be a bit too much to ask for at this juncture. And yeah, 7-5, it could have been better, but it could have been much worse as well. So honestly, seeing that Lotus does, I feel like one of the more even maps, but still, if you know, when teams can start to snowball, that gets attacker sided. I feel like Nova have brought themselves enough space here with that round coming in from Swagzor to let themselves try and make that momentum swing happen.
Kong dying with all. You never want your Raze dead with all, even in just average rounds. But the last round, where it's no longer viable, where that ult is lost to the ether. Get a little bit of a scan over all the EDG players, but no one really able to take the time to flash a glance or a smile to the camera. The lock-in is very much showing off. The Nova fans up in Force Guang and Azir getting some love all of their own. And now with the side swapped, EDG a bit less confident, at least from an agent composition for the defense. You already highlighted that Zach was a little bit more dedicated towards the offense, and winning the half is good. We'll just see if it was enough.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least having an advantage this time, like you mentioned, is a bit of a difference from the previous map. This is their opponent's pick. Who knows what kind of strategy they've been cooking. One thing we didn't really see from Nova as well was the use of the lockdown, so I feel like hopefully that has a bit more impact on this attacking side. Although, I mean, CB was doing a pretty good job of making EDG pay in blood every time they got into his side, at least finding 1 kill. before, you know, the rest of the team having an impact. That said, though, I mean, I do think that even after the Sentinel changes, Cypher still remains one of the strongest Sentinels, and Chichu is just such a danger on it. He's been pretty good this map as well in terms of finding value, not just in his lurks, but also in trades. But yeah, I think every member of EDG is hitting their shots kind of crazy. Sorry, I'm distracted by the guns. Yeah, I think here I'm gonna have to go with the Blastex. I like the meme weapons, you know.
Well, the Blastex is good. I mean, Prelude to Chaos is basically always a fan favorite, but it's not Gaia's Vengeance. It's not my Wise Mystical Tree, so I am not as interested either way. I don't know what it is about that skin in particular. It's just really, really gorgeous. And we now get to see the win rates come up yet again. A little bit less favored for EDG, so Nova might be able to mount the comeback, and if they can, it wouldn't be much of a comeback to mount, and they would avoid split in its entirety. EDG, a big stack on towards B. It's not going to pay off for them, but it means all of this map presence is gained, and if Nova can act fast, if they can make this read early on, they can at least start to dedicate the resources to behind them. We've essentially swapped sides already again, Zach.
Yeah, Nova getting the spike down. That's going to put the pressure on EDG for this retake. You mentioned it. It's going to be the flankers flanking, taking a lot of control. They've got to clear out Smoggy, though, and they find him in time. Guang able to get that opening kill here for this team. The second as well, though Kong at least able to find a refrag. Takes a lot of damage in the process, and still numbers in favor of this Nova roster. Swagzer finds one. Kong finds a trade. Chichu and Kong trying to make it work, bringing it down to 1v1. We were talking about Chichu and how good this player can be, walking up close, trying to make it personal, and Chichu gets it done. That's enough time for the defuse as well, I think, and EDG, they push their lead by 1.
Plenty of time for EDG, and Nova starting to run out of time here. The pistol round should lead to the converted extra round, but it's VCT China. Thrifties abound. Any sort of shenanigans could occur, and EDG might actually be able to potentially shoot themselves in the foot here if they want to go for another aggressive defense strat, like what we just seen, like what Nova were doing on the defense. They might end up unintentionally donating guns, giving away weaponry. The Bandit's online for Swagzor. We've seen how mechanically strong he is for this entire series thus far. Kang though, an excellent first shot on the CB, wasting no time in furthering the lead that EDG have.
Spam as well. Swagzer taken down to a sliver of HP. Perfect paranoia from Smoggy. The Viper will gonna give them the cover to try and cross into sight here, while EDG fall back, happy to play out the numbers, the gun advantages with them together instead. Swagzer looking to get aggressive right now. However, the punish is there immediately from EDG. Patience paying off in spades. Just going to be the fate to try and find anything, but it's not happening. I think only 2 or 3 players even lost armor at this point, and they all had region armor, so no damage done at all. Another flawless round here for EDG. They get the defuse. At least Economy gonna be given like a buff for at least 2 rounds here, I would say, for the side of Nova. But yeah, I mean, not being able to take out any of these weapons, that's a bit rough, because that still amounts to a substantial bonus, and EDG have been having the perfect read so far, I gotta say.
Yeah, the defense is... Oh, nice shot from Smoggy as well. Very confident on that Bandit. But yes, they do seem to just have a read. There is an understanding right now of where Nova's executes are going, and we're kind of seeing, again, similar to Sunset, where there wasn't as much of a split. This was actually in reverse. This was when EDG were on attack. They weren't really having that lurk from Chichu get all the value in the world. It wasn't really doing as much for the team as they could have hoped. And this time, Chichu not really lurking. Chichu pretty much always there. One of the big faces for his team. This is one of the few times where he is got that full lurk, that setup on towards the A site. But EDG, the very aggressive defense we've talked about, and they might start donating those guns. A trade either way, and no disengage.
Just keep going. CB though takes down 3. That is an impact play if there ever was one, giving back the advantage by far to Nova and leaving Chichu alone in a 1v4. Didn't even take any damage while doing it. The Guardian really just showing off what you can do when you can hit your headshots. Chichu now at least might be able to catch out this raise on the lurk. It does seem like they're coming back towards C, knowing that the Cypher has a tendency to play towards A. Yeah, Chichu gonna be falling back towards B. Finally, the Prowler giving away the sound. Not gonna be catching him either, so he might be able to have a timing but still, the numbers not in his favor. It's gonna have to be precision from Chichu, giving away shots now. Spike goes down, has to go for the reload. We'll have time in the middle of the fight. And yep, everybody from Nova just watching this angle. It's a 4-stack all on each other. Oh, it's gonna be horrifying when Chichu finally does peek. 3, 2, 1, and not even a bullet fired as Swagler shuts him down.
Yeah, it doesn't even get the time. Turns out 4 people aiming at you, a firing squad of a very awkward proportion. Not going to be able to survive it here. And yeah, EDG just not disengaging, wanting to take this fight. And we see how it worked out for them. They did carry over a lot of these guns from those previous rounds, so they've still got more of an economy behind them, as you mentioned, Zach. So not a concern just yet for them. But if Nova can get the 7th, if we can go from 6-9 to 7-9, all of a sudden, a little bit more comfortable for them here. No ultimates online just yet, and really the only one that can get charged up is Kang with the showstopper. Looks like that's exactly what's about to happen here. Yep, the A site being completely cleared, completely covered, and Chichu now made the call that it's a C site and he needs support.
See if it can be enough here. Azir able to take out Chichu. It at least makes it down a 4v4, but Nova still, they have to hold on to this site. CB there to fight along with Azir, but Smoggy the one to get the flick onto him instead. The spam trying to work out, but oh, just a little bit short of the damage. Spam from nobody takes care of that. That's a spike dropped as well. Guang doing his best to try and fight back, but it's still a 1v3 at the end of it. CB having to do it all now in this 1v2. And Genie says, not happening, buddy. You might have taken my spot, but I'm back for it, and I'm gonna put you down right there. And EDG win their first round on defense. After the pistol, of course.
Yeah, after the discussion of the pistol round will always and forever be the difference between it being the most important round ever imaginable and the least important round that you can just kind of forget about and move on from. But
they got 4 out of, they got 4 rounds because of the pistol, so you gotta kind of consider it when it's 6-10.
Yeah, you gotta say that this time for EDG, more than enough of a valuable pistol round for them indeed, and Nova gonna have to consider the fact that not as valuable for them. EDG again, the util stack on towards A that we are oh so used to, forcing Nova away. A quick pivot onto the B site as well. Nova have shown their presence here beforehand. The Prowler down main towards it. Gonna mean that the information gathered. Paranoia thrown onto Chichu, and despite a big stack from Mound, not necessarily an execute just yet. Instead, it's Kang with the showstopper. And all of them shots down, not one, but Jenny standing behind him as well.
2 kills and not any damage taken. Nightfall as well in his hands. I don't know if he's going to be really pushing the smoke, trying to still go aggressive, and Smoggy there for the kills. Almost gets another, but CB at least there for a little bit of revenge. Keeps numbers in favor of this team. Spike headed towards A now. Chichu already on the rotation. The lockdown going to be invested as well. I think the first we're seeing all map. And yeah, the question is whether there's going to be a timing found by Chichu. Going to have to eventually fall back thanks to this lockdown. And yeah, that's going to give them enough space to get the plants onto the site in safety. Play out this 3v2.
See if the timing comes through. Chichu does have the neural theft online as well, so there's plenty of bodies for him to scavenge through if they want to play with the wall hacks, but he has to get through Swagzor first, or he can just kill Swagzor first and get the wall hacks through. Both players now information and positions to be found in awkward collapsed upon position here. Crossfire from nobody is very solid. It's being played around excellently. Nova CB gonna have the 180 to find the double kill, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. Nova stand up and EDG are put back in their place, at least for another round.
I mean, it started with Nova finding this huge advantage, with somehow Smoggy managing to drag the round back. But CB, man, the hero throughout the entire round, gets that kill with the Marshall, picks up the Vandal, and then clutches out the 1v2. EDG looking a little annoyed, but mostly just laughing about it. I mean, yeah, spacing mistake, what you gonna do? CB taking full advantage and able to hit the transfer in time. EDG now looking to make the aggressive plays on A. It's gonna be a full body collision here as it's util against util. He's here with the Stinger to actually find Genie first, and of course the rest of EDG, at least in this disadvantage, trying to find the value, but Kang only 2 with the Sheriff before being shut down. Chichu alone again in a 1v3, bandit in hand. How much can you steal away? Maybe a kill or 2. There is one player who's looking a little bit low, but I think that CB was spotted, or at least expected.
We'll have to see. Yeah, that should be all the information needed. CB's just going to play this patiently, indeed. Chichu, nice angle with the bandit. Will be a one tap, but unfortunately for him, pulling the trigger means they know he's in pit. There's no way for him to get out, either a triple kill or leaving in a body bag, and that is going to be option number 2 here. And just the fight on towards here, the complete loss. I'm not sure how Nova are all the way there. I'm not sure how nobody, apologies, is all the way there to be able to fall so early on, or so late, or deep is the word I'm looking for, into the opposition spawn. But either way, Nova used that to get another round on the board. Riz and Kankang, operators in both hands. It's all down to this first shot here, but it is Kankang in a much easier position to get this first shot. Swagzor would have to swing into him, and we know it's usually tougher to do that with the operator. But right now, all quiet on every single front, and no one is wanting to push up even the furthest bit more than necessary.
Well, they're not even going to, unfortunately, break the tripwire on B, so buying a little bit more space. CB, though, makes the noise, the spam, distraction, perhaps, to try and get them to peek into the operator as the rest of the team walks into C. Swagzor gets spotted, swaps out the operator. Chichu playing up close and personal, and the op, it's gonna have to connect, but the debuff, the tags are real right now, and Kankang actually gets shut down by the bullet of all things. Chichu getting 2 kills before being shut down, but numbers still in favor of Nova until, of course, Smoggy gets that kill. 2v2 now. Spike dropped on site. CB and Guang have to cross into the waiting crosshair of Smoggy, who gets taken down. CB absolutely on fire. And again, 2v1 played perfectly. No chance of a collide if you don't have the headshots aligning. And the spray transfer, just not going to be there. CB again being the hero here for this Nova side.
Yeah, good comms though, right, for this. I mean, we get the entry and the util, everything comes through here. Nice quick scope from on. But I love that CB gets this kill and then the comm is just play a high-low. I love that CB gets that frag and it's not, okay, go get the spike, try and then get the plant, and then we play the 2v1. It was a lot more just, it's likely going to be a push, try to force the timing here that EDG are going to want to succeed on. They aren't able to because of that high and low. So very, very solid call, very, very smart from the IGL, and so intelligent that it forces the first time out here. We're going on to round 20 before either of these coaches decided it was time that they needed to step in.
Yeah, it's been a very back and forth game. I think Nova did take one in the first half, but like you mentioned, second half, first time out here. And I think for EDG, it is the first one overall since they had a pretty decent first half. But yeah, I mean, also, sorry, I'm distracted. That looks like a really nice bottle with sage on it. It kind of matches your slow orb as well.
The branded beverages, that is one thing that I would love to see. There's going to VCT China for any reason, insane, but I cannot lie that one of my biggest reasons not to meet the players, it's not to have the environment, it is just to see if those drinks taste as good as they look.
I hope for champions they've got a bunch of collaboration drinks coming in, because that would be so cool.
That'd be peak. That'd be really fire.
And you could make I don't know, mixes with them, and whenever an agent gets a kill, you drink that particular drink if they have one for every agent.
Oh my, how many, what, they need 32 now drinks, I think, for all the agents in the game. It's something like that. But anyway, there might be 5 less agents in the game, depending how these shots come through. Guang is just emptying the Guardian. Jenny. And he gets the kill. Yeah, Jenny falls. The overdrive popped. No value at all. And now, already the spear of EDG's defense may have been cracked.
And the rest of the team forced to fall back as well. CV, the one position with the operator now, watching for this B push. With the utility watching the rest of the flanks. All made to go back towards C site. EDG have to read a little bit. They have 2 players rotated over, but they're just going to check C main and go back for the A stack. Well played here by Nova. Kind of calling this perfectly. There is still the camera, but I mean, even if you catch somebody on it, it's not going to be enough time for the rotation to come through.
Well, it need to be, but yeah, you can already see EDG very much the stack on towards the A side. It is the low buy as well. Plenty of low HP, so this is just all about commiseration kills. We do see that Guang not going for the Viper's Pit would have been a bit of an overcommit, but it is still one of these. It's one of those aspects where if you get the round one, how much of an overcommit can you say it truly was? But in a scenario like this, when we have all the information, it absolutely would be such an overcommit here. And Kang just needing to find any gap. Dark cover popped as he walks through onto the site.
Is it going to be enough to try and find a kill with? Ooh, the Sheriff kill. Sheriff damage tries to make an ending. Nobody cleans up that kill at least, but it's just Chichu left alive. Just going to be opting to go down to the spike, tucked into Waterfall at this point. Here's every member from Nova running out, looking for maybe a little bit of a backstab kill, but no, instead just deflects like, okay, no more ult orbs for you lads. 10 and 10, Nova tie it up here. 2 clutches from CB to bring his team to this point. And EDG's economy, they're going to have a bye for the next round, but it's Nova who has the backup rounds to win with. And when the score is 10-10, that's the dream position to be in, kind of.
It really sort of is, especially to bring this back as well as Nova did. It was about a 3 to 4 round win streak that EDG were able to get in the first half. Nova now on their heels for a similar momentum gaining set of wins here, and 3 rounds are all that separates them from 4-0 and a very, very close to guaranteed playoffs, as you highlighted, Zach. EDG, if they get this, they are in, but they do need to win 2 maps back to back now. Nova's already made that so difficult for map number 1. They've made it tough as nails for map number 2, and so far not really a decisive way of saying how this map would go. Very much all up in the air. Guang has the Viper's Pit to make retakes from EDG that little bit harder. Nobody would fire their Nightfall right back into that, and the noise has been made. Nova gonna stay towards the A side at least for now. Still a minute on time, but it is looking like an execute towards it. Never mind, baited out the Nightfall and a pivot towards the B site.
Oh, the paranoia. Smoggy caught with it in hand. Swagger shuts him down. Kang has to be the hero player right now. Could find the timing. Tries to push into the Viper's Pit and actually lets him get into sight, but the spam is there from Azir. CB as well with the operator. Able to at least cause a little bit of a distraction, but again, this Viper's Pit, it's working against these players. Azir the one to try and be the hero, the turret being a pain. Jenny bringing things down to a 1v2. Both players have the off angle on him, and it's the Guardian to confirm that kill. The pivot towards B with the speed. I mean, just losing your Omen so early. No more smokes for retaking. And Nova take full advantage. They get the lead for the first time in the series.
Yeah, big statement there. Baiting out the Nightfall was so smart. That was incredible work. And Azir's timing here. The Viper's Pit played around to perfection. Exactly what we expect. And there is still one more timeout for EDG. They are on the lower bye, maybe relying on Kang to do something incredible with this showstopper. Jenny 7 with the Judge as well to try and steal a couple of frags. It's another bloodbath on towards the A main.
Oh no.
Well, intended bloodbath, but Jenny been very much read. The Odin spray from Autumn as well, just to make even more of a statement. We may already see EDG have to play towards overtime yet again. The second map of the series, and it's getting ever closer unless Nova can survive the showstopper and keep the show running.
I'm sorry to say that in this defensive half, we've seen Genie die without firing a single bullet through spam. At least 3 or 4 times, you know, I would be very sad if I was playing Neon like that. But yeah, Genie not having the greatest game. The reads are also perfect from Nova. I mean, to be fair, there's a lot of footage of EDG and how they like to play this Lotus. Seeing it as one of their most played maps, if anything else. But yeah, Kang now with the showstopper. Doesn't check the corner. Gets that first victim. And Chichu at least able to find a trade. But here come the enemies. Odin in hand is here with the TP. Gets the double kill. The kind of Assassin's Creed stuff you don't really expect, or rather you want to see from your Omen all the time, but don't get as much in VCT as you would like. Just gonna be nobody right now. Sheriff in hand. CB looking away, but able to turn in time to get that headshot. Not even taking a chip of damage. And Nova one step closer to locking EDG out.
I'm so surprised that we've seen the Nightfall come through, to be honest. I don't hate it. It guarantees the round, of course, after Chichu gets that frag, but you still need one more round here. The showstopper has been survived. The ultimate economy in shambles for EDG. They didn't call the timeout, despite the fact this is match point. They do have all the guns. They have the utility necessary here. but they don't have the ultimates. Meanwhile, Showstopper from Swagzor has been getting so much value. The operator from CB gets even more. And EDG may just be watching their chances slip through their fingers one bullet at a time.
That was Kong as well, one of the most impactful players historically as well as on this map so far for this team. And EDG, it's just been a streak of rounds swinging in Nova's favor. They still have a bye here, but they need 2 more for OT. How much more can they find? JD finally not rushing A, holding on to B instead, but EDG are fragmented right now. Only Smoggy left to kind of play anchor on the C site, while the rest of Nova look to flood back towards this angle. Dark cover comes down, might buy Smoggy a little bit of time for his teammates to rotate. Genie is here. The Showstopper is as well. Smoggy takes so much damage and gets shut down. It's all gonna be up to Genie, but no timing and no time left. The lockdown comes through once again. It has to be Chichu to try and save EDG here in a 1v4, but again, the timing with the Yuto and on the From the Shadows, just insult to injury at this point. They know exactly where Chichu is coming from, and Chichu's just like, oh, wow, guys. The Molly, the Smoke Orb, it's a 1v4, the Odin spam, everything in the kitchen sink being thrown at this poor Cypher right now. Able to get the first and the second, though. Suddenly, this round looks doable. Once again, Chichu, he's been the hero before for this team. He can't do it again, though, and it's going to be the Omen to put him in his grave. And Nova, 2-0 in this series. What a comeback on Lotus that was.
Yeah, what a lockdown from Nova. They're looking a little bit shaky, like EDG were going to start to run away with it, especially with the start of that second half, but they very much brought it back. They remained composed, they remained stacked, and still just some very, very solid heads-up individual play. But as a team, the executes were there, the aggressive defense that worked out for so many rounds for Nova was reflected by EDG, but just didn't get the same value. You can see how much this means to Autumn. You can see how big a deal this is. CB goes against his old roster and takes the W against them. That is a statement in and of itself for that player.
Statement for the player, and also what it means for this whole team, right? Being able to make it directly to playoffs, giving them that extra little bit of breathing space. That does mean, of course, that EDG have to go through play-ins now, face up against those challenger teams, and also an additional week of gameplay to be able to guarantee their spot at the playoffs. Of course, still 1 point away from champions, so, you know, if they can win a game, if not make it to that top 2 finish at VCTC in stage 2, they're still going to be able to qualify. But for Nova, that gets them 1 step closer. Remember, this team have to finish in the top 2 to be able to make sure that they make it to champions. A lot at stake, and they, with this win, they've guaranteed themselves and Tyloo here. But I do believe we have an interview coming up right now with one of the Nova players, so I'm excited to see what they've got to say.
I think there is just a little bit of time, so we're just waiting for it, getting the selfies and such for the audience. But we're gonna fire it over now to Moon for the interview.
Hello CB。
Hello， 大家好，我是来自 Nova 的 CB。
恭喜你们，现在拿下了4连胜，成功挺进了季后赛，是什么样的心情？
Yeah, how's it feel now that you've locked playoffs?
转会到现在，我没想过能赢 EDG， 我真的没有想过。
He's just he's so happy he didn't expect to beat EDG at all after like switching.
大家的心态是什么样的呢？
大家就放开干，然后我们就宗旨就是不怂队，因为
it's just that everyone was so open. The main thing they focused on mental-wise was just not being scared of the other team. You just had to fight them.
什么时候都要非常的自信。今天你们也成功做到了。那在日落之城，对方其实在下半场也是连追了8分，
Some of the comeback the EG made.
加时之中取胜的。因为今天你们
and you guys had to
也是有一
take
些
the
辨认的
overtime
情
to
况
win it.
同时面对对方的双千宗也是做了非常好的针对的。能不能再跟我们聊一下这张地图呢？
日落吗？
日落，对。
日落，我只能说24K 太牛了。
He says that our coach 24K was too goated on Sunset. He just all the calls that he made were so on point. Really helped us.
非常好的指挥，感谢教练。那今天2张地图其实都是非常的焦灼的，莲花古城也是一样的。面对 EDG 这样一支心态上，包括经验上都更加成熟的队伍，你们需要在哪些方面做得更好？
Yeah, what kind of areas do you think you guys had to improve on playing against such an
EDG 学的一个特别 特别好的游戏理解，就是枪补枪必须得要做好，特别好。
And he says that
然后我们这
it's
赛
like
段
the most
我
important
回来
part
之后
that
我
he
就特别
learned
强调
from
这个
being
问题，然后我们这赛段补
really
枪
have
补
to
的
just
特别屌。
hold
今天我
hold
们
your
也在
guns
比
out.
赛中
Really
看到了，而且我记得你之前在采访里也提到过，能够和非常顶尖的几位选手在一起打比赛，自己也学到了很多东西，现在也成功运用到比赛里了。那你在赛前也说到过 ，EDG 是你们最大的竞争对手，现在赢下他们是不是对自己的自信心？
Yeah, do you think this boosts your confidence a
太自
lot?
信了，我现在对我的团队充满
You
了
were
自信。
saying that
对
EDG is
整个
like
团队都充满了自信，
the
因为你
rival.
们今天的表现确实非常好。那我知道，无论在台上还是台下，你和 EDG 的几位选手都是非常好的朋友。赢
And I
下
know
这场
you
比
guys
赛还
have
有什
good
么想对
friends
他们
too.
说的吗？
赢下这场比赛，兄弟们加油！希望
There's
其实
good
我
luck
有
to
一个
you.
比较宏大的目标，就是我们能跟 EDG 在决赛相遇。
And he
我也
says
想
that
进
he
决
actually
赛
has
看
like
看
a kind of grand
希望
goal.
两支
He
队
was
伍
to
都可以
face
打出
EDG
更
in
好
the
的表现，
grand
在
finals.
决赛相遇。再次感谢 CP 选手接受我们的采访。
And that's
那
a
接
good
下来让我们用
interview.
联
Time for
想拯救者
selfie
手
and the
机
pressure
140
for the
带来
audience.
共同记录。好的，谢谢。下面进入到我们福能掉落的抽奖时刻，你可以喊开始3、2、1停，我们来进行抽奖。
开始，3、2、1停。
恭喜以上的幸运观众获得了我们的奖品，再一次
Important game for Nova. I think that both them and Tyloo were undefeated this week, so it's going to guarantee them the direct spots in the playoff from this group. EDG, of course, stuck in the top 4, going to have to go through the play-ins to make it like we were talking about. But yeah, for Nova and Tyloo, one step closer to the top 2 and for that champions finish. I think that overall, though, this was a very good game from Nova in terms of mental, because even on that map number 1 where, you know, EDG came back, it went to OT, they were able to finish it out. And this map as well, they were down this time and they still were able to make the comeback happen. Very nice counters to how EDG were playing on the defensive side.
EDG, it's rare that EDG struggle to finish a map, and we just seen it happen twice. We just seen it happen back to back, and it was a similar struggle that they had against Tyloo. So wherever this came from, whether this gap in the kind of momentum that they used to be able just to take and run away with, whether it is just the change up is just the fatigue starting to get to these players, just the nerves getting there. There's so many factors it could be. But it really does seem like we see the start. I mean, nobody doing shots like that, getting absolutely stunning work. But Nova, they've got the consistency suddenly. Everyone is playing online and no one seems to have a capacity to fall down. If CB's not popping off, Autumn is. If Autumn's not, then we see Swagzor. Every single player from this team, they've just been filling these other gaps and these other roles. And when we get to the T-Coms in just a moment, we'll even get to hear it in English because Autumn is English. And a big shout out, thank you to BDOS for the translation earlier on the interview.
Yeah, as always, W translators, we love to have your help here, making the CN region much more interesting for the rest of us. I mean, at this point, I feel like I should just learn Mandarin. It'll be kind of funny, but.
Nice. 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 Sit down. Devil.
过了，跑了。
A bad recon. I will come help.
I just hold. Can hold left. Can hold. Yeah, hold the rubber. I hold the rubber. No one see. I did lot. Go back.
爆雷器落在 A 区。
这个也在。I net. Nice. Take on. Nice. 快门。大王，我看右边。搬去 guys. Pick. ED. 120. No! Do not push him.
Left side.
动带。
回来了。走。
没事，我帮你架左手啊。
And
Well.
who else was it gonna be?
Why are any of us surprised? Honestly, yeah, at this point, Swagzor did not do too many Rosa ults today. Popped off with the operator in the last couple of rounds in the half. And of course, just those entries and these spam kills. Very, very nicely played by Swagzor, I gotta say. I think he was a key factor in them winning that crucial buy round that they had. But also this collat that was kind of damaging as well. Just being able to shut down Genie here, where, you know, his overdrive was a key ultimate. And of course, last round of the half, that 2K, 3K, ending in a 3K. Very nicely played there.
Swagzor was just everywhere, and the paint shells as well. I mean, don't get me wrong, they are usually solid, but they were picking up damage and frags here. And if you look at Kang, they're just struggling to get the same value out of the ultimates, and we get to look at the full stats there. Chichu yet again rocking up the top form for EDG, but whether or not those were impact frags, or we did see him kind of have to lurk or do the retakes a little bit more, if those frags had just been a little bit more impactful, had they been the same, you know, caliber as Guang or as Chitan, we might have seen something else. But the First Bloods, yeah, heavy going the way of Nova, and very much a map that, despite the fact it was close in the overall slash line, did feel like it was going Nova's way.
100%, yeah. I mean, in the beginning, at least, with EDG winning both pistols as well, the fact that they were only 6 rounds ahead of Nova, it was still 10-4, and I think from there, it was just a comeback story from Nova, round after round. It was kind of crazy, honestly. 8 in a row to be able to take this map and take the series 2-0. Remember, this was Nova's pick as well, so the fact that they had the prep against EDG ready to go, and that they were able to counter anything new that EDG might have possibly come up with was pretty impressive. Every single metric kind of going Nova's way, and yeah, overall, I think in terms of, like you said, the support stuff on the team with the fade, or, you know, with the initiators and the controllers kind of stepping up more for the side of Nova, I have to say, in this map, especially CB. 2 clutches for him, at least 3 multi-frags that I counted for him, so yeah, exactly what you want to see when you're going up against your old team. I mean, he said it, the Nova player said it pretty perfectly, just shoot them in the head, you know? Shoot straight. It's a shooter game, and they managed to avoid split. Like you mentioned, that was a map that I think EDG has specialized in, so being able to take a 2-0, that's gotta feel good.
Yeah, I think I really do have to agree with the interview overall. You know, maybe not expecting to win against EDG, and I believe had we got to split, I believe the chances for Nova would have dropped very, very significantly. But they do avoid it. Summit not to be seen either, so still just a couple more maps and such to get that, or a couple more chances to potentially see that map. Tomorrow is a EDG versus FPX, so we've still got a little bit more gaming through. And EDG still a potential chance for taking that series. They are going to have to maybe go against those challengers, as you already highlighted, Zach. And yeah, if you need the updates on where it has been and how it has been, JDG 2-0 over Trace. Nova then do the exact same to EDG. So a fairly quick game, all things considered, and the schedule will just be coming up in a moment.
Yeah, I mean, quick games, a little bit of a difference from yesterday, I gotta say. Everything seemed to be going for 3 maps, but yeah, I feel like, yeah, today at least 2-0, 2-0s. They weren't quick, I gotta say. This EDG Nova game was long, all things considered, especially that map number 1. So yeah, shout out to Snow for being able to take care of that. But looking at the scores today, it is gonna be JDG who take the top frag confirmed, but yeah, 2 players from JDG, Chichu, even though they didn't win, the only player to be there. Kai as well from Jace, I suppose, in that regard, but yeah. Swagzor, our MVP, in 2nd place, and pretty close, I gotta say, to Jay. But yeah, overall, I think that for Nova, this continues their undefeated streak, 4-0 right now in the groups. And yeah, I mean, whether they can get the perfect 5-0 is the question at this point, but I think they're gonna be pretty happy with their performance.
Yeah, they should be more than over the moon. And very quickly, a 2.11 KDA from Jay, who's usually one of the aggros, one of the entries. Absolutely stunning stuff and great work for him. We get to see the groups here. So Tyloo, Nova, and from Omega, Billy already guaranteed for playoffs. FPX, EDG, JDG, Trace, DRG, and Titan Esports Club all in for the play-ins as well. So still a couple of matches again, and as well, EDG versus FPX should be tomorrow as well. So still a couple of places left to go, and I really just want to say a bit of a heartbreak to see Titan Esports Club right down at the bottom on the Omega side, because they did start off well, they just couldn't really finish it.
Yeah, 100%. At least they're not 0-5 like Trace. You know, there's got to be some consolation here. But yeah, looking at the road to champions, you can see that EDG again 1 away from that golden 20 number. Sheila Gaming pretty close as well. So I think that Sheila Gaming, unless all gamers pull off an absolute run and finish in the top 3, and Sheila Gaming is insta eliminated, I think yeah, next week's game or the upcoming game between them is going to be pretty important as well, because that's going to decide who gets that direct playoffs bye and who is going to have to battle it out through the play-in. So definitely a game to to watch, but Sheila Gaming also very close to guaranteeing themselves that advantage when it comes to qualifying through the number of points that they have. Either way though, tomorrow we've definitely got some banger games coming up. It's Sheila versus Wolves at this point. If they can win tomorrow, that is going to lock them in. All gamers as well, they're not playing each other, but you know, if both of them win, it's going to come down to Sheila, I think. If I think AG wins, they will take the playoff spot instead. And yeah, I mean, it's between those two for the last playoff spot.
Well, that's the thing. The road to champs is now really fully underway. Of course, the stage already set that, but we've now starting to see these pieces really fall into place. A lot of these teams start to get comfort up, and very quickly, it's said every time play-ins is brought up, you don't want to be there. There's too many good teams. There's too many chances of mistakes going wrong, and even if you do win, then the teams that you're going to be going against, they'll have extra maps against you. They'll be able to study you up a little bit more. So avoiding those play-ins is absolutely crucial stuff. But at least for the day, that is going to be us, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a stunning time. Very nice games. And as you said, Zach, a very quick 2-0 sets for both of them. It has been a wonderful. Thank you so much for reviewing with us. A big thank you to Snow for joining me. A big shout out to everyone as well behind the cams as well. And thank you again, BDOS and Moon, for our translations. Until tomorrow, please stay well, stay safe, and we'll see you then.
Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming.